Appearances as before, except that Mr. Purcell is out of the room at this moment. And everybody ready?
I wanted to briefly just indicate that optimistically, if the state finishes its last remaining witness, Detective Correa, today, and I say that with determined optimism, then the defense has indicated to us that a early couple of witnesses for them would be a recall of Mr. Marquand Washington and then a different inmate from the jail system named Nicholas McAtee. Mr. McAtee is represented by Anik Ahmad. I have shared some information today with the defense that I am hopeful will, and I believe that both sides are interested in Mr. Ahmad being present or at least having consulted Mr. McAtee before he were to take the stand. So I don't know how that would normally be accomplished, whether who would try to cause him to be here when it is a defense witness, but I believe that there's enough difference in what has been in the information that's been presented by various parties that certainly his counsel should in some way be involved in discussions with him. So if the court wanted me to contact Anik Ahmad and give him a particular time, I could do that. He indicated to me he had matters in Milwaukee this afternoon, but if needed, would reschedule. Again, I'm not sure if he'll start today, but I think the materials have been turned over, and I don't know if typically the court clerk would contact him or if the defense has an obligation to do that. I just am not sure the protocol here.
Is this gentleman on sentence or
he is
held?
He's being held on a federal detainer.
So he's been sentenced to prison here in Kenosha, and yet he will not be sent to prison until his federal case, which is a separate and distinct case, is resolved. So his attorney is currently representing him on the federal case.
Is there any kind of an agreement or anything like that, or
no?
As was the case with Mr. Washington, no.
No, not at all.
Is he going to be questioned? Anything with relation to his state or federal charges?
I intend to impeach him. I assume the defense would start to try to insulate as best they could, but I don't want to speak for them. But I intend to impeach him by asking him questions about his pending federal case. Yes, and his most recent case here in Kenosha has a high degree of deception in it. So a case he was just sentenced on here in Kenosha involves him having made arrangements through the jail to have drugs delivered in the jail, and then when caught at that, recruiting a different inmate and continuing a similar operation with a different inmate, continuing the deception after being apprehended. So, so there are certainly issues of impeachment that I believe are going to be logical and would be allowed to cover. Again, Mr. Ahmad is aware that the defense intends to call him, so his attorney is aware of that. When I spoke to Mr. Ahmad today, and I think this is just an oversight by the defense, so I'm in no way trying to cast aspersion, but Mr. Ahmad indicated that the investigator report that they have generated, that has been shared with us, has not been something he, as counsel for Mr. McAtee, has received. So I'm causing that investigator report to be emailed to Mr. Ahmad this morning. And I have a summary of, and this is just a prosecutor's summary, of a number of jail calls of Mr. McAtee, which, again, this is just the prosecutor's opinion, but I think expose him to potential liability, depending on whether he says the same things that are in the investigator report. And so I've also sent that to Mr. Ahmad. But Judge, I guess the only thing I'm really trying to do is be sure that mechanically Mr. Ahmad is informed of what he should be doing, because he does have a calendar today, and if this witness were to go today, I could be the one who informs him if the court wishes me to. I just wasn't sure what the protocol was.
The reason I asked the questions that I did, he's subject to impeachment by fact and number of convictions. Generally not subject to impeachment for pending charges, and specific crimes not subject to impeachment, whether convicted or not, unless they relate to truth and veracity and are recent in time. And the importation of controlled substances into the jail would not ordinarily fit that picture.
Well, it'd be fraudulently done, so done in a way that, this is done by means of, and I'll
when
preview
you say
that for the court.
fraudulent, to bring drugs into the jail, you would have to have some kind of.
It's not hidden under his arm or something like that. It's done through a deceptive practice, is what I'm suggesting.
Well, I'd have to hear you
Yeah,
out. but
I understand.
My point was, all this relates to whether we're going to break stride
Back just a little bit,
in
Kurt.
order to accommodate Mr. Hamid's schedule. And so far, unless he's going to be asked about his pending federal charge, he's certainly welcome to have counsel, but whether he's entitled to counsel is another matter altogether.
Okay.
So if it's going to be any kind of a significant weight, I'm not terribly excited about it.
The only reason I'm bringing it up now is because I think Mr. Ahmad could be secured if he was given notice. So the only reason I bring it up this morning is so that we don't get to a point where we're there at 2:30 or 3. Again, I think there's a significant difference between the phone calls I'm hearing and what the report from the investigator is, but that's just my opinion. And so if the court feels that he doesn't need any kind of counsel in those kind of moments, okay. So I don't want to do
Judge.
I'm just asking for any guidance the court wants to give me on what to do.
Judge, I'll be handling these witnesses, and I say witnesses because there's two, actually, and I walked in late, so I don't know if you talked about recalling Mr. Washington.
I didn't, but the subject was mentioned.
Okay.
It was talked about.
Okay, so that's happening. As to Mr. Ahmad, I called him weeks ago. There was long delays, but finally he said, yes, go ahead and interview Mr. McAtee. So we did. And that was very recently, like in the last week, I think. And so he was fully on notice about, because he wanted to go visit Mr. McAtee before we interviewed, which is absolutely proper, and he did that. And then he said, go ahead and interview him, and we did, and we generated a report which flatly contradicts Mr. Washington's testimony, in addition to some other items, which I agree with Mr. Gravely. We should probably air out with the court before that testimony to make sure that we know the parameters. The whole jail call thing, I literally just got minutes ago, but from the summary I was given, it doesn't sound like there's going to be much there in terms of impeachment, but if there is, there is. But both of these, we've written both of these individuals. They're both queued up and ready to go. And I will call Mr. Ahmad myself to give him a heads up about, what time there might be if he wants to be here. Generally when I represent somebody that's testifying, I try and be there in court with them in case there's, anything that, especially when they have a federal case. So I don't know how that's going to play out. We might not even get to it today, Judge.
If we keep talking about it, we won't.
Okay, well then I just wanted to heads up about how this all played out. So
Okay, the bottom line is this. I'm certainly not in any way suggesting that Mr. Hamid would not want to be here, nor would I suggest that he shouldn't be here or that his client shouldn't want him here. That's all fine. The point is, sometimes Mr. Hamid is hard to get a hold of. And you referred to that yourself. I don't want, this jury has already been prevailed upon to a great extent, and I don't want to extend their stay here longer than necessary, so someone should call Mr. Hamid in the next hour or so and alert him to the fact that when and if his client is within about an hour to an hour and a half of testifying, he's going to get the call, and we're not going to wait. He has to get in his car and come. And also, as I indicated, unless there are unique circumstances, he can be impeached on the fact of, well, you know the rules.
We have his.
The fact and number of convictions.
We work with
In rare instances, pending charges. If there's any kind of a deal, then of course on the pending charges. Deal in consideration of the of any testimony, which I assume is not the case, and then under 90608 for specific instances, if probative of truth and veracity, and the mere attempt or accomplishment of importation of drugs into the jail would ordinarily not suggest deceptiveness, but you might be right because you know about it and I don't. So, but unless it fits into the category of being probative of honesty or dishonesty and not remote in time, then that's not a subject of impeachment. So.
And if I could, Judge, if there's something in the possession of the state regarding whatever truth, veracity, regarding this jail drug thing, we don't have that, and we would like that, obviously, as soon as possible if they intend to try and use that.
Yeah, I'm talking about the criminal complaint and so forth, but I'll provide any of those pieces of information to the defense, certainly.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, just more of a matter of business. I have a federal case that they need me to call in at 10:30, so I was just hoping, I know we're getting a later start, but if we take one of our 10-minute breaks at 10:30, so that I can have that phone call.
That should not be a problem.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
No, we're ready.
I believe so.
Okay. When the federal date was set was
So
that was before this trial
it was
started?
before this trial, and
Okay,
it's the
you
trial's
can't say
being.
anything more.
Yeah.
There are some people in all ranks of the judiciary, but federal judges are more susceptible to the temptation of thinking they can just make you appear before them,
Yeah.
even though you have other matters. And
No, and we were supposed to be set for trial, and so it's getting adjourned because of this going late.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. No problem at all.
And
Thank you,
Judge,
Judge.
the court will recall Ms. Krazarek is going to do the electronic stuff that we're doing through Detective Korea, and then I'm going to take over. We're not going to do any intersection. There won't be a back and forth, and then I'm going to take over and talk about the investigative piece.
All right.
Okay?
Anything else?
I have a better handle on electronics.
Oh, very good. All right. I'm going to call the jury. No, I'll probably call my wife. No. Would you come down, please?
Okay.
Thank you. In my top drawer of the credenza, there are numbered files. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would you bring in Let's continue with the state's case, Ms. Kazar.
The state calls Detective Correa to the stand.
You solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Please be seated.
Detective, can you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Vicente Correa, Vicente, last name Correa.
And how are you currently employed?
The City of Kenosha Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer with the Kenosha Police Department?
I was hired in January of 2001.
And what is your current rank at this time?
I am a detective assigned to the General Assignment Division.
And back on May 19th of 2020, were you also a detective at that time?
Yes.
And on that day, do you recall being assigned a case of a missing person of Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
Yes.
And were you in conjunction with other detectives? Were you one of the lead detectives on this case?
Yes.
And as part of your role as one of the lead detectives, were you responsible for reviewing a lot of the documents, downloads, video that came in as part of this case?
I was.
And were you, in conjunction with other law enforcement, responsible for sending out warrants and subpoenas for all those records to be collected before you reviewed them?
I did, as well as others. Yeah.
And so as part of your investigation, when the defendant was taken into custody, were you aware that he had 2 phones that were taken into custody with him at that time?
I don't recall if I was notified immediately of that, but at some point, yes, I was. And
you've been in court, obviously. Were those the 2 phones that were shown to Ms. Beecham, the ANS flip phone, which previously was testified to being 262-689-3585? Was that one of the phones?
Yes.
And then the Moto G6 smartphone, which is 262-674-0529?
Yes.
And as part of this investigation, were those devices downloaded in the way that Officer Morton testified to yesterday?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the appearance of Celebrite reports that are generated as a part of those downloads?
Yes, I just want to back up to the previous question. The flip phone, I don't recall if that was actually like downloaded versus a manual download. I don't know if like a full type of extraction. I don't recall because of how old it was. I don't know if he was able to do a full extraction, so it was more of a manual type one, I believe.
So whatever download was able to be done was done on that flip phone?
Yes.
And I'm going to approach. The detective, can you make sure that TV is on? You had good luck doing that the other day. Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 315, which is a page from the Celebrate download of the ANS phone. Let me zoom in for a second. On this document, do you see on 2/12 of 2020 where it says an image was taken, image 2020-02-12 at 9:53:27?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you now what's State's Exhibit 42. Was that this picture that was recovered from his ANS cell phone that we've shown multiple times during this trial?
I remember this one being on, or this photo being on the ANS. I guess I can't say 100% that that was the actual image number, but I do remember that coming from the ANS phone, yes.
So we talked, as part of this case, there was also then the Motorola G6 phone that you'd previously testified about. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 311. State's Exhibit 311, which is a Celebrate report from that phone showing that that Motorola G6 first had activity after being activated on March 1st of 2020. Is that consistent with your investigation in this case?
Yes.
So prior to March 1st of 2020, this phone did not have service to it at that point, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, fast forwarding to April 2nd of 2020, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 301.
What was that 301?
301. Which are web history searches from the Motorola G6 phone starting April 2nd, 2020 at roughly 6:56 a.m. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And is it accurate that that first search on the top at 6:56:28 is for Amber Connect Magnetic GPS item Tracker Black AMB 362XLG from Best Buy?
Yes.
And then roughly 13 seconds later, another search is done. Spy Mini GPS Tracking Finder Device Auto Car Pets Kids Motorcycle Tracker Track.
Yes.
Then roughly 30 seconds after that, GPS tracking car charger, USB charger, and tracker with live audio. Accurate?
Yes.
Then at 7:01, Qubit GPS tracker, micro-sized GPS tracker with live audio.
Yes.
Then another Qubit GPS tracker quarter JPEG, so picture.
Yes.
Then back to the Qubit GPS tracker, micro-sized GPS tracker with live audio.
Yes.
Then at 7:03, mobile 200 GPS tracker with extended battery and live audio monitoring.
Yes.
Then at roughly 6 minutes later, 5.5 minutes later, links up mini GPS tracker, GPS tracking system.
Yes.
Then at 7:10, magnetic mini GPS voice recorder for vehicle, car, person location.
Yes.
7:13 a.m., mini real-time portable GF07 tracking device, satellite positioning against the vehicle, person, and other moving objects tracking at Walmart.com.
You say 7:13 or 14?
7:13. Well,
7:13.
7:13.
Yes.
Okay. Then 7:14, Spark Nano 7 with magnetic water-resistant case for car, truck, or fleet vehicle.
Yes.
Then 7:14 a little later, mini real-time portable GF07 tracking device, satellite tracking. Is that accurate?
Yes.
7:15, 4G LTE Eon 4 long life GPS tracker for covert monitoring of teen drivers, kids, elderly, employees, asset, warehouse, tracks indoor and outdoor at Walmart.com.
Yes.
Page 3. 7:15, another Walmart.com tracker. Is that accurate?
Yes.
719, Moto Mini GPS tracker with 3 satellite positioning systems.
Yes.
Then 736, so about 17 minutes later, a website for top 10 best mini portable GPS trackers in 2020.
Yes.
Then 8 minutes later at 7:44, GPS tracker with voice monitoring, VJoy car GPS tracker.
Yes.
7:46, Wi-Fi spy mini digital voice activated recorder GPS tracker audio recording bug.
Yes.
7:48, spy digital voice activated recorder mini hidden audio recording device, 16 or 32 gigabytes on eBay.
Yes.
And 7:51, links up mini GPS tracker tracking system.
Yes.
Then 7:51, GPS vehicle tracking for fleets and assets.
Yes.
And then 7:53, mini camcorder locator X009 GSM, and a whole bunch of other numbers.
Yes.
And then 7:54, world's longest lasting GPS spy tracker at Walmart.
Yes.
Page 4. At 7:54 a.m., I got you GT 120 USB GPS travel and sport logger.
Yes.
7:55, 4G micro-sized GPS tracker, GPS locator online real time.
Yes.
7:56, GPS tracking device, GPS location store.
Yes.
And then 7:58, original real-time wireless listening device, mini activated recorder.
Yes.
And those searches all occurred on the defendant's G6 from 6:56 a.m. through 7:58 a.m.
Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you ultimately end up subpoenaing records from Amazon regarding purchases the defendant may have made during this time period?
Yes.
And when you received those records, did you see one of note on April 2nd that you thought was
Judge,
relevant?
I'm going to object. I was not provided notice that these certified records would be introduced at trial. That was the subject of my motion in limine.
So these are records subpoenaed from Amazon.
Right.
He's going to testify to the contents of the records that he subpoenaed from Amazon.
And I'm objecting because there's no way to authenticate these documents without certification and pursuant to the statute, and I can pull it up from my motion in limine, but it notes that if a party is intending on using certified records at a trial, that they're required to provide written notice of that, and not received written notice that they intended to use these records. As the court's aware, the amount of...
Did you want to respond?
First of all, we believe we did give them notice, so we're checking that now from the prior time. But again, Judge, the court has had me read this stipulation a couple of times. These are
the objection she's raised is authentication.
right, and we're indicating that foundation and authentication are one and the same in terms of a stipulation like this, to indicate that there's a separate entity. If you stipulate and say the foundational requirements to have various sets of records are stipulated to, one of those would be, in some cases, authentication or certification, right?
I don't know.
We're indicating that...
I never had the issue before.
If I may, though...
hold on, Judge, we have a document.
And
Hold on.
Judge, in addition to that stipulation that was entered into by the parties, prior to obviously this trial on March 11th of 2022, there was a document filed, amended states notice and intent to introduce certified records at trial, which listed U.S. Cellular, AT&T, all financial records, all Amazon records of the defendant's purchases, Microsoft Corporation emails records for the defendant's email address, Google email records for the defendant's email address, and there's 2 different email addresses we used, and then we added Verizon phone records for Mr. Gutierrez. So that is a document that was filed March 11th of 2022 with our notice of intent to use these certified documents.
And it also referred to them to indicate to them that the certifications were in the discovery that has been provided, which was a large hard drive.
I don't have that in my file for this particular trial, but the obviously it stands as being noticed, so I withdraw my objection.
Thank you. Does the court want us to
No,
tell you where that document is?
The frequency with which these claims are made that discovery was not given is very concerning.
I didn't say discovery
I'm not singling
wasn't
you out.
given.
This happens in a lot of cases with a lot of lawyers. There were some cases some years ago, a number of years ago, quite a few years ago, where there was some faulty information got sent up to the Court of Appeals from another proceeding in another court, and ever since there are wild accusations that are made in here. If you didn't get something, you'd better be sure that you didn't get it.
Judge, that's why I said I stand corrected. That was filed a very long time ago, and I withdrew my...
I have to say. Go ahead.
You want me to repeat the question?
I believe it was if I got Amazon records.
Yes.
Yes, I subpoenaed Amazon for the records.
And was there a purchase specifically on April 2nd that you thought was of note for your investigation?
Yes.
And what was that purchase on April 2nd, as best you can recall?
It was for 2 GPS tracker devices.
I'm going to show you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50. And so first, on the first page of this, bear with me, I have to zoom out. It's just this how the subscription info comes up for you regarding the records you were provided.
Yes, so on the right side just comes from Amazon. Right side is our case number. On the left side is, on the top is their case number. Then the account information, the email address associated with that account, and then the purchases from the time frame, the address history as well.
And per your investigation, was this 6813 West Highland Road address associated with the defendant's residence at the time of your investigation?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you this next page regarding order history. Do you see the one on the bottom that says Order 114-9178-995-183-4630?
Yes.
And it has next to it quantity number 2.
Yes.
Does that then line up with the item description that's on this next page for that bottom one, titled Mini Real-Time GPS Tracker Car GPS Locator SMS/GSM/GPRS Network Tracker GSM listening device with voice activated adapter?
Yes.
And then this next page of the document, does that then have just the price that was paid for those 2 things?
Yes. Yes.
And then for the order history on the bottom there, completed 4/2 of 2020, that's the ship date, correct?
Yes.
And it was being sent to that address in Mequon?
Yes.
Now, in terms of that piece of, or 2 pieces, 2 tracking devices that were purchased on the defendant's Amazon and shipped to his residence, was that then consistent with what's on State's Exhibit 254, which was previously testified to by Ms. Beecham of what she found in the defendant's Amazon purchases?
Yes.
And this also indicates 2 devices?
Yes, quantity 2 it says.
And do you see the delivery estimate date for this?
Yes.
And what is that?
Tuesday, April 21st, 2020 by 8 p.m.
Approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 302. Web history from the Motorola G6 phone of the defendants from starting April 19th of 2020. At 6:19 a.m., is that search for fitness and exercise equipment, best price guaranteed at Dick's?
Yes.
Then moving into a short while later, a similar...
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance as to Mr. Anderson's seemingly routine purchases back in April.
Goes to the allegation that he had a back problem that was impacting his ability to commit this offense.
What?
Well, does the purchase of exercise equipment of unknown nature make more or less likely something along that line?
The defense has indicated through a couple of witness in cross that he had a back injury that caused him to be limited. We're indicating it did not cause him to be limited in the sense of being able to conduct or be interested in exercise equipment.
But some exercise equipment is considered therapeutic for
Sure.
unspecified, quote, back injuries.
Sure.
And Judge, this is also just a search, like a web search.
Correct, and then we'll have the Amazon purchase of equipment as well.
Yeah, I just don't see how any of that's relevant.
Well, why don't we skip ahead and see what was purchased? Because there are things that you might employ to improve your back, or you might have things that would... They have things on TV that I wouldn't...
You would call fitness equipment?
Well,
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to get up, I'll tell you that. But,
I can move on to it. Detective, I'm showing you again State's Exhibit 50 regarding Amazon purchases. In your review of Amazon records, did you also notice an order the defendant placed?
Judge, I'm also going to argue for this order as it being not relevant and speculative as far as why it was purchased, for whom it was purchased. Just not relevant.
I think that it's something you can tackle with your cross in terms of the extent of the officer's knowledge. Overall.
So as part of your search on Amazon, did you note a different order that had occurred? And I'm just going to read the order number so we can get it on the screen. 114-4694393-4347465 for a quantity of 1. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm sorry, counsel, we don't know what date at this point.
Right, I'm working there.
Okay.
And on that second level, was it for a yes for all double D row handle cable attachment, non-slip handle, and 360 steel swivel optional?
Yes.
And according to these records, did that ship out on April 30th of 2020 via priority mail to the defendant's Highland Road address in Mequon?
Yes.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 318. Given the description as read out loud in court of double D handle cable attachment non-slip, is this appear to be the item that was ordered on that date to the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Detective, I'm next going to show you State's Exhibit 303, which is web history from the Motorola G6 on April 22nd of 2020 at roughly starting at 7:34 a.m. At that time, does it appear the G6 is on searching Facebook?
Yes.
And jumping down to this one here of 7:34 a.m., do you see where it says Reef Point Resort Facebook search?
Yes.
And was that a location that, as part of your investigation, became a place you were familiar with being associated with any particular person in this case?
Yes, it was a location where Sadie Beecham would visit or would go to.
And so, moving on to the next page, 4:22 at 7:35 a.m. Is that again a search for the Reef Point Resort Facebook search?
Yes.
And then at 7:36, another search in that same general area?
Yes.
7:37, same thing?
Yes.
And going down here, at 4:22, does it appear that, I'm sorry, on 4:22 at 7:50, are the searches now appear to be specific people?
Yes.
So a Spencer Knodl, Knodl, a Dan, same last name, Sam Hagedorn, and then back to Dan Knodl.
Yes.
And these are all searches on his phone?
Yes.
Now moving on to 4:22 at roughly 7:51, is he now searching Sadie Jane?
Yes. Here's the next three.
And who in this case's Facebook profile, if you know, was Sadie Jane?
Sadie Beecham.
And then 7:52, there's some mobile uploads. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then looking at Sadie Jane again, more mobile uploads.
Yes.
And then looking at Sadie Jane again,
Yes.
before looking at Dan Knodl again,
Yes.
and then the Reef Point Resort again.
Yes.
All right, now approaching with State's Exhibit 306. Download from the Motorola G6 phone regarding installed applications. On 4:22 at roughly 4:15 p.m., installed on the G6, is there something called voice recorder?
Yes.
And on April 30th of 20, at 2:48 p.m., is there a installed application for Google Find My Device?
Yes.
Why was the fact that a voice recorder had been installed on this phone relevant to your investigation?
There were accusations made by Ms. Beecham that she felt as though Mr. Anderson was listening in on her conversations, knowing what she was talking about, and tracking her as well.
And why was the fact that Google Find My Device, why was that relevant to your investigation for finding it on the Motorola G6?
There was a point where Ms. Beecham indicated that she had felt as though she was being tracked down to Kenosha.
And ultimately, were Google Find My Device snippets found on the MSI laptop?
Yes.
And this was downloaded April 30th, that's accurate?
Yes.
And this phone had been activated March 1st?
Yes.
Investigation, did the evening of April 24th into the early morning hours of April 25th become relevant to portions of your investigation?
Yes.
And why was that?
During interviews with Sadie, as well as
The child? The child? Just say the child.
and the daughter in common with the defendant and Ms. Beecham, they had both had indicated separately that at that night, Sadie had, Mr. Gutierrez was actually at her residence, and there was a point in time that night that her doorbell rang, which would have been the early morning hours, and she had observed a dark black vehicle that basically speed off from the residence, and she believed that that person was, or that vehicle belonged to Zachariah, or the defendant, sorry. And Olivia had also provided information to us on the evening of the 19th when we first interviewed her that she was with the defendant at that time, and they actually did go to the residence, looked through the windows. They had a phone with them, and that the defendant was recording at that time.
I'm going to approach you with what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 307. This is concerning phone contact between the defendant's ANS flip phone and his Motorola G6 phone, so between his two phones. Directing your attention to page 2 of this document, about halfway down. You see on April 25th of 2020 at 1:50 a.m., a text that comes through that is the following, and this is from his ANS phone to the Motorola G6, BAZT26. I can zoom in if you want.
Yes. Yes.
And is that string of 6 characters relevant to this investigation?
Yeah, so that is the Colorado license plate, which was on the Ford Explorer Track vehicle belonging to Mr. Gutierrez.
So let me pull up State's Exhibit, from State's Exhibit 1, picture number 1. Counsel, do you have a problem if I just have it zoomed in? direct your attention to the screen. Is that Mr. Gutierrez's truck?
Yes.
And does the license plate reflect BAZT26, consistent with the message between the defendant's phones?
Yes.
And I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 304. This is 304. So just looking at starting April 24th in the afternoon, are there a number of different searches on the defendant's Motorola G6 for the Find My Device tool that we've previously talked about?
Yes.
So going down to now 4/25 of 2020 in the early morning hours, 1:13 a.m. Is there a search for run a free license plate lookup and car plate number search on InfoTracer?
Yes.
Is there then a search that's done for BA, looks like 7Y26?
Yes.
Then run a free license plate lookup search again on InfoTracker?
Yes.
Then on page 2 of this document, free Colorado license plate lookup.
Yes.
Did anyone in this case have a Colorado license plate that we should be interested in?
Mr. Gutierrez.
And then at 1:15 a.m., license plate record search.
Yes.
1:16 a.m., once again, free Colorado license plate lookup.
Yes.
Then the search for search Colorado license plates for free at
Yes.
1:16. Then reports for plate number, once again, it says BA7T26 in Colorado, United States.
Yes.
And then continued searches for Colorado license plate lookups.
Yes.
Then do we show on page 3 of this, or the third page of this document, at 1:18 a.m., Department of Revenue motor vehicles,
Yes.
a couple of searches there, and then vehicle record searches, Department of Revenue.
Yes.
And Detective, as part of this investigation and going through the phones, were there also image results for some of these Google searches that he had been performing on that website?
There was.
So I'm first going to show you what's on State's Exhibit 1, number 338. And is this a Colorado license plate lookup Google search that was recovered from his phone
Yes.
from the early morning hours of April 25th?
Yes.
I'm going to show you on the same State's Exhibit, number 339. Is this another search that was done in those early morning hours to the specific Colorado DMV?
Yes.
Approach with what's been marked as 314. Showing it's been marked 314, which is another Google search recovered from that G6. In the early morning hours of 4:25, was there this Google search for Eugene, was typed in as Payerson?
Correct.
That returned results for a Eugene Patterson?
Yes.
And in this investigation, was there anyone with the name Eugene Patterson that you found relevant for this to be a piece that you were interested in?
Yes. So that was the stepfather of Mr. Gutierrez.
So showing you what's on State's Exhibit 1 as number 323. Was that search for that name relevant given this document?
Yes.
And what is this document or picture to the best of your knowledge?
So this was a photo that was taken from the ANS cellular phone, the flip phone. And as you can see on the, I guess it'd be my right, the name of Eugene W. Patterson Jr., as long as the signature. And then also on there is the address to Mr. Gutierrez.
And during your investigation in this case, was Mrs. Patterson able to provide to you what she believed this full document to be in respect to this case?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as States 225. Is this a copy of what Mrs. Patterson had presented to you as what would have been in Mr. Gutierrez's car during that time period?
It is. I don't know if it was provided directly to me, but ultimately, yes, I did see it and knew it was from her, which she had provided.
Now I'm approaching you with what's been marked as States 308. And this is the video files that were observed on the defendant's phone April 25th, 2020. Is that accurate to the best of your knowledge of what this document is?
Yes, they'll appear to be video files, yes.
And the bottom four have been deleted, is that accurate?
Yes, in the upper right you see the deleted column, and then the four on there are all marked yes, 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 yes.
And were video files with those same names later recovered on the MSI laptop, if you're aware?
They were.
So the 4 that have been deleted from here had been transferred to the MSI laptop?
That I don't recall specifically.
Now, the top 2 videos, you've been in court obviously this whole time. Were those the 2 videos that were then played for Ms. Beecham regarding the overnight hours of April 24th into the 25th?
Yes.
And those videos were recovered from the Motorola G6 phone?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what was previously marked as which is marked as Defense Exhibit 297. Now, Detective, you were present in court yesterday when Officer Morton was testifying regarding this highlighted top one of which says timestamp of 4/26/20, 9:29:52 p.m., where it has the coordinates being at the defendant's residence.
Yes.
And obviously there's no end time to this. Is that pretty clear there?
Yes.
So in terms of, obviously, Officer Morton testified regarding location data versus physically being there. You were here for that?
Yes.
And so he said he couldn't actually say that that's where the phone physically was.
Correct.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 320, which I don't know if you see this one. And so when Officer Morton testified, he talked about if you had looked up a location, it could give you a location, but you wouldn't necessarily be there. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Mr. Gutierrez Jr., because these are from his phone, he had his location data on all the time.
Quite often, yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 320, the second page. First, we will look at this one right here that says navigates. So that is the same coordinates that showed as Mr. Anderson, the defendant's residence, for just the time period of 9/29/52. Is that accurate?
Yes, and the address is, I guess it'd be so you have the coordinates, and then to the right of that, in that column, it says Highland Road, 6513, Mequon, Wisconsin.
6813 Mequon?
68, sorry.
And below that it says source is Waze.
Yes.
What is Waze, to the best of your knowledge?
It's like a driving or a GPS type app, so you can punch in an address, and it's similar to like a Google Maps or that you use for traveling.
So if you were searching for an address in something such as Waze, that's a way you could search for a physical address?
Yes, you could use that app, yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to direct your attention to the column below that, which gives a different set of coordinates than the one above it. Instead of 43, it's 42, and then it's slightly different in the negative 87 point whatever. As part of your investigation, did you run what those coordinates were, the one below that, which the time says it starts on 4/26/20 at roughly 6:55 p.m.?
That's correct.
And did you run those coordinates through the map program to figure out what that location was at 6:55:07 p.m. that night?
Yes, that was Mr. Gutierrez's address.
Okay. And so on the vast majority of these, except for the one above it, there's also an end time that's associated with the location date. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So on this one that we're talking about, where you've indicated number 7 there on the left, that those coordinates are Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. Sorry, Carmen. Do you see that then there's an end time to that? So that the start time of that data says 4/26/20 at 6:55 p.m.
Yes.
And the end time says 4/27 of 2020 at 7:22 a.m.
Yes.
So in terms of your knowledge of cell phone downloads, from 6:55 p.m. on the 26th through the end time of 7:22 a.m. on the 27th, where that phone located at Mr. Gutierrez's residence?
Based on what it says there, the source is the iOS locations, which is the operating system of that cell phone, versus the source in the Waze, which is the app. I believe that the iOS location data shows that it's at the house during that time, yes.
And when you say iOS location data, is that the operating system on an iPhone?
Yes.
And so is that the same data that's being used for all these other ones where it gives a start time and an end time of the location data? At least the ones we can see on this screen.
Yes.
So based on that, Mr. Gutierrez's phone was at his home the night of the 26th to the morning of the 27th.
The phone.
And now, obviously, you found that same address that we've just talked about, Mr. Anderson's address, in Mr. Gutierrez's phone in that way. So did you do any investigative steps in addition to figuring out that Mr. Gutierrez's physical phone was at his home to try to figure out if there was any way these two could have interacted?
During that time frame, I also looked at the ANS phone as well as the Moto G6 phone that we're calling here to find their location areas. And in doing that and putting them in, it appeared as though the one of the phones was at a location out in Thiensville area, and then the other phone was about 9 miles to the west of that. And ultimately, during that time frame, the phones come back together in the Thiensville area, and then that's where they remain. So at no point was I able to see that either of the phones associated with the defendant were actually at the same location or on the address when Mr. Gutierrez's phone indicated that that might be an address or location where he was at.
And who in this case was living in the Thiensville area, if you can recall?
Ms. Renberg,
And
Christine Renberg,
And who was that in relation to this case, since it's been a while since we heard from her?
the girlfriend of the defendant at the time.
So even independently of the iOS data saying Mr. Gutierrez was home, you were able to figure out in your programs that the defendant's 2 cell phones were not home that night?
In the Mequon area? Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, were you aware of allegations Ms. Beecham had made regarding a phone being planted in her vehicle on May 8th of 2020?
Yes.
And in general, what were you aware of were the nature of those allegations?
She had thought that she was being tracked down to Mr. Gutierrez's residence that night.
So I'm approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 305. This is web search history for that Motorola G6.
Sorry. Judge, I just have to step out to make that phone call.
Yes, let's take our break at this point. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. 10 to 12 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. come down, please?
Yes.
Thank you. FAs. Let's continue.
Thank you, Judge. Last we broke, I was approaching with State's Exhibit 305 with web history for the Moto G6 on May 8th. And I believe you had testified that May 8th was the day that Ms. Beecham had indicated she had found a phone in her vehicle?
I believe I had indicated that she felt that she was being tracked down to Kenosha, but yes, she also indicated that she had found a phone in her vehicle, yes.
And so looking at this web history here on May 8th, is the last web history notation May 8th at 8:18 p.m. on that day? Is that the last one we see?
Yes.
And then is the next web history we have on this phone May 10th at 2:48 p.m.?
Yes.
And is that consistent with her reporting giving the phone back days later?
Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you also subpoena records for email accounts of the defendants?
Yes.
And was one of those email accounts zjaii@hotmail.com?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 48. Now, Detective, is this an email sent from the zjaii@hotmail.com to a couple of parties, Kristen Ellingsworth and Mark Levice, about an address changed by the defendant saying, I need to update my contact information. Under the circumstances, I will be forced to change my residence. As of May 15th, my new address will be 2040 South 92nd.
I'm going to object. I'm going to ask that this exhibit not be taken down for reasons that this is going into previously covered information that was previously ruled on.
I can't see it, so I don't even know. I didn't hear what she was saying, but what's the document?
It's an email from the defendant to some parties regarding a change of address. As you'll recall, and Andrew Schultz testified that the defendant was going to be using his address in name only, and that's the address. So it's just tying up those loose ends. I'm not going any further than that.
It's okay if that's the extent of it.
That is the extent of it.
Okay.
All right.
So is that what is indicated on this email about a change in address as of May 15th?
Yes.
And is that 2040 South 92nd Street the same address Mr. Schultz provided when he testified as where he lived, and an address that the defendant was going to be using in name only?
I don't actually recall him giving an address, but he indicated that he was going to move in with him, yes.
And obviously this says this would be the new address as of May 15th. When you interacted with the defendant on May 19th of 2020, where was he actually residing at that time?
In Mequon?
So not in West Dallas?
Correct.
Now, earlier in this case, the name Stephen Lenz came up. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And who was Stephen Lenz in your investigation?
He was an associate of the defendant, and he resided, I guess it'd be like almost like kitty corner, kind of from Miss Beecham.
From her residence?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as 317, 217. Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to 317 on grounds that it contains hearsay.
Judge, I understand that the court doesn't love it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's between him and the defendant, and I'm more interested in how the defendant responds to the phone calls and the messages than the messages themselves.
Judge,
May I see the document, please?
Sure.
and although the state purports that it's not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, the state surely is going to be, Stephen Lenz hasn't testified. There's been allegations already about involvement between Mr. Anderson and Stephen Lenz, so I think that further makes it critical to not have this come in for reasons under hearsay.
Well, I've addressed before this idea that which number on the left-hand column? Which number are you referring to?
Which number in total? May I approach, Judge? Because I.
Yeah. Oh, you know, you can't see it. Yeah. Well, some of it, I don't know how it could escape being classified as hearsay. Yeah, no, and that is, how many times have I addressed that during the trial? That's used as a Trojan horse by lawyers, and they either intentionally or otherwise, that really fits into their logic, but the problem is that it hauls a lot of hearsay into the record. It's usually irrelevant. Now, if what you're trying to offer is a statement of the accused, and it's necessary in order to give meaning to the statement attributed to the defendant, then it would be acceptable in that case. But
No, I want to point out this specific part I'm talking about.
you can't whisper to me that.
Okay.
What was the number on that one?
Detective, I'm showing you Celebrate reports from the defendant's ANS phone to the number 414-378-4935. Was that previously testified to being Mr. Lentz's phone number?
Yes.
And on May 11th of 2020, was there a 3 minute and 2 second phone call between the defendant's phone and Mr. Lentz's phone?
Yes.
And then on 5/12 at 1:54 p.m., was there a 33-second call between those two phones?
Yes.
And on 5/14 was 2020 at 7:33 p.m., was there an attempted call that wasn't answered?
It appears so, yes.
And on 5/14/2020 at 8:08 p.m., was there a 31 minute and 52-second phone call from the defendant to Mr. Lentz?
Yes.
And then on 5/16 of 2020 at 8:31 p.m., was there a text from the defendant to Mr. Lentz saying she got another vehicle in the driveway ?
Yes.
And then directly after that, at 8:37 p.m., so roughly 6 minutes later, is there a 6 minute and 43-second phone call between those two parties?
Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, did the date of May 13th become relevant given what had been reported by Ms. Beecham as concerning behavior by the defendant?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the report to you that led you to investigate that day specifically?
Ms. Beecham indicated that she believed that the defendant had followed her to the Mr. Gutierrez's residence. Do you want me to continue or?
No, I'll ask a follow-up question. So with that date in mind, did you spend time reviewing the phones to look at May 13th of the defendant's phones to see if there was anything of evidentiary value?
Yes.
Approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 313. Were these audio files that were recovered from the Motorola G6 phone of the defendants from May 13th starting at 8:34 p.m.? I can zoom in further. 8:34 p.m.
Yes.
And were all of these files actually found deleted on the defendant's Moto G6?
Yes, based on the column there, yes.
The far right column that says deleted all the way down?
Yes.
And what specifically about these audio files, were you able to recover these portions of the files?
I was able to listen to them, yes. I didn't do the recovery of
Okay.
them.
In your review of the
Yes.
download, were you able to listen to a file called 10, 16, 18, 24, 32, 34, and 36?
Yes.
Okay. And what about these files jumped out at you given that date and what your investigation was regarding these specific audio files that had been deleted?
So based on those audio files, they appeared to be directions from some sort of a mapping application. So if you were to use a mapping application to get you from, in this case, I think it was from the Mequon area down to the Kenosha area, there's I guess in this case, I believe it was like a female's voice that tells you turn left, turn right, type thing. So that's what these audio clips were, and it was also consistent with the time frame that led down to the point at which Ms. Beecham ended up receiving a text that she believed to be the reason why she felt that she was being followed.
And in these clips, is it the full GPS guiding you down here, or is it just snippets of it that were able to be recovered?
They're just snippets.
regarding these audio files recovered from that G6.
Those in Exhibit 1.
I will tell you the exact. So we're going to start with what's in State's Exhibit 1, number 348.
Use the second from the left lane to turn left onto West Mecklin Road.
Unfortunately, it started before I had unmuted so I'm going to play it again. It's a 5-second clip.
Quarter mile. Use the second from the left lane to turn left onto West Mecklin Road.
Now I'm going to play what it was, State's Exhibit 1, number 349, which was audio file number 16 at 9:04 p.m. on the 13th.
Wait, did you say 14th?
Quarter mile. Merge onto I-41, I-94 East.
Next is State's Exhibit 1, 350, recording that's called number 18 on the G6 from May 13th at 9:11 p.m. So when you talk about them not all being complete, is that one that kind of cuts off where you get kind of a snippet but nothing more?
It appears to be, yes.
Now this is State's Exhibit 1, number 351, May 13th, 9:19 p.m.
Take the next left toward Wisconsin 31 South, then turn.
State's Exhibit 1, 352, audio clip number 32, May 13th, 9:25 p.m.
The next left onto 12th Street, Summers Road.
States 1, number 353, from May 13th, 9:25 p.m.
Continue on 12th Street for 1 mile.
That one seemed to skip at the beginning. I'm just going to play that one again.
Continue on 12th Street for 1 mile.
And then States Exhibit 1, number 354, May 13th at 9:28 p.m.
Quarter mile, turn left onto 15th Street.
So, Detective, did those sound like the same audio clips that you listened to from that Moto G6?
Yes.
And what about those directions was relevant to your investigation that caused you to think that they had some sort of evidentiary worth?
Well, they appear to be directions that would be possibly coming from, I guess, the north, coming into the Kenosha area. I know that 12th Street is Highway E, which runs east and west, and 15th Street is the Mr. Gutierrez lived at 3709 15th Street.
Now, I'm going to show you what's previously been shown as State's Exhibit 1, number 323. You had previously testified about it earlier today. You previously testified that this was a picture that was recovered from the ANS flip phone of the defendant. Is that accurate?
Objection asked and answered. It's extremely redundant and cumulative.
Yes.
And when best you can recall, or which day best you can recall, was this picture taken on that ANS flip phone?
I believe it was right around that time.
Right around what time?
Right around the 13th. I don't recall the exact date, but it was right in that general time frame.
So right around May 13th this
Yes.
photo was taken?
Yes.
Now, the last audio clip I played for you was from 9:28 p.m. on the 13th that mentioned 15th Street. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you States 289. Detective, do you recall this map being testified to by FBI agent Hannah Judd?
Yes.
And what, in your recollection, does this map depict that is relevant to this investigation?
So on the far right side depicts where the cell tower is, and then it's basically opening up to an angle to, I guess it'd be to the west, and then there's the address of 3709 15th Street, Kenosha, Wisconsin 53144, which is the residence of Mr. Gutierrez.
And does this map reflect that on May 13th of 2020 at roughly 9:34 p.m. the defendant's ANS flip phone was somewhere in that vector connected to that tower?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you what's been marked as States 209, which is text messages between, the defendant on his ANS phone and Miss Beecham from May 13th. So at 9:36 p.m. on May 13th, is that where we see the text? Is this okay for right now, or is there something else you want to watch, with a question mark from the defendant to Miss Beecham?
Yes.
And going back to this map of State's Exhibit 289, the time frame of 9:36 p.m., is that close in proximity to this, what is a 9:34 p.m. phone call on the 13th that places his ANS phone in that vector?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So the message I just
Yeah,
showed
the
you
message
came
time.
in at 9:36, or was sent at 9:36 p.m. roughly.
Correct.
Is that close in time frame, 9:36 p.m. to this phone call at 9:34 p.m. on May 13th, 2020, that placed that same ANS phone in the vector, including Mr. Gutierrez's residence?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with States 312. Are these audio files recovered from the Moto G6 when the download was done? Let me zoom out here. Appear to be 8 of them in total, 7 on the first page, 1 on the second.
Yeah, they appear to be.
Okay. And in your review of this case, you had previously testified that there was a voice recording app installed on the phone in April of 2020.
Yes.
And in reviewing this case, were these calls, or I'm sorry, not calls, but audio recordings listened to as part of the investigation?
I did.
And without getting into specifics, what in general was, I mean, who were on these calls? What were they essentially entailing, if you know?
They're primarily between Ms. Beecham and the defendant, and then also the daughter in common was also in some of the calls as well. Not in the same call, but separate.
And so it was Ms. Beecham
and the defendant, and then also the defendant and the daughter in common.
So it's combinations of those three parties being recorded during conversations?
Correct.
And ultimately, the top one looks like it had been deleted but recoverable. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then the rest of the 8 all appear not to have been deleted. Are there essentially date stamps of when these occurred, given what the file names are?
Yes, there are dates associated with them.
So, for instance, the top deleted one, it says 2020, 05, 08, 13, 47, 54. Would that be May 8th, 2020 at 1:47:54, given military time?
It appears that would be the date, yes.
And so then we see audio recordings from May 13th, given that. It looks like audio recordings 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all from May 13th, accurate?
Yes.
And do we also know that too, because on the right it says when things were created and the dates match?
Yes.
And then we have audio recordings number 6 and 7 on this page, both say May 14th. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then this one says May 16th.
Yes.
And then I would ask, if we look at these records on the right-hand column, is there also a place where it shows created, modified, and accessed?
Yes.
So in looking at that second call, for instance, created on the 13th, but accessed on the 18th of May?
Yes.
And the third call was accessed on the 19th of May?
Yes.
Fourth call, same thing, created on the 13th, but somehow accessed on the 19th?
Yes.
The remaining calls on this also accessed on the 19th?
Yes.
And same with that last call, or the last audio recording, accessed on the 19th, although it was created on the 16th?
Yes.
And were these recordings consistent with the recordings that Officer Morton testified about on the MSI laptop? I think he said there were like 3 dozen
Yes.
in terms of parties involved.
Yes.
So during the search warrant of the defendant's home up in Mequon, do you recall a large amount of cash being located in an ottoman in a bag?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1, image number 296. Does that appear to be a picture of that large amount of cash that was recovered?
Yes, so I just want to, in case I misspoke, I was not part of this search, nor was I part of the actual counting of. We try not to get too many people around a large amount of money. But so my viewing of this was through photos.
Right, as a case detective.
Yes.
And in total was just under $48,000 found.
Object to hearsay and speculation. He just said he didn't count the money.
Judge, it's collective knowledge of the investigation as the lead detective.
Right, but it could be a bundle of money and I don't know how much is in there if I don't count it.
I think wasn't it already testified?
What's the source of his knowledge as to the amount?
This has already been testified to, Judge. Yeah, we're not.
That may be.
So
but,
we'll agree with.
I will withdraw the question. I'll move on. That's not paramount to my questioning here. Okay, so that ultimately, obviously it appears it's in a plastic bag or a gray bag. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 321. So is this a different angle of that bag where that money was located?
Yes.
And specifically on this bag, can you see the name Wells Fargo Bank?
Yes, it's on the, should be my right side. It found, call this Wells Fargo Bank number, and then it provides a partial number.
Okay. And I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 49. State's 49. When you were looking through the defendant's email address, that same zjai@hotmail.com, did you locate this receipt?
Yes.
And is this a transaction receipt from Wells Fargo Bank on May 15th of 2020 at roughly 3:38 p.m.?
Yes.
And how much cash was paid to the customer associated with this bank account?
$50,000.
And does it tell you the kind of currency that cash was dispersed in?
It says loose currency, 20.
And in this case, was a large amount of the cash recovered in their 20s?
Based on the photos that I saw, yes.
And that transaction happened on May 15th at 3:38?
Yes.
Now, during your investigation, at some point, did it focus in on the late evening hours of May 17th of 2020 as a time you believe Mr. Gutierrez ultimately went missing, we'll say?
Did you say May 18th?
May 17th.
Oh, 17th, yes.
And in knowing the relevant time frame that you believed based on your investigation, did you look at the cell phone records of the defendant to see where he had been at that time?
Yes.
And ultimately, was his ANS phone found to have been in the general area of his home during the late evening hours, we'll call it mid-afternoon to late evening hours of the 17th?
Well, there was a gap in the records. I believe at 9 or 11:19 p.m. The phone was that way, and then also I believe right around 6:30ish, 7 o'clock. But then there was a gap in time that I don't know personally where that was.
Okay. So I'm approaching with States 316. I'm showing you the ANS phone records from May 17th. Of the defendant's phone. Oh, hold on, let me autofocus. That's terrible. There we go. So
This is 316, counsel?
Yes, 316. So on May 17th at 7:34 p.m., does this phone make a call to someone in the phone as N civilian?
Yes.
For 23 seconds?
Yes.
And then the next thing with the phone, at 7:48 p.m. that day, there's a call from N civilian that's not answered. Is that accurate?
It appears so, yes.
And then at 8:13 p.m., there's a call again from N civilian that is not answered.
Correct.
Then at 8:45 p.m., there's a call from AZN shop that is not answered.
Correct.
Then at 8:47 p.m., there's a second call from AZN shop that is not answered.
Correct.
At 9:20 p.m., is there a text message from someone in the phone as Fry that says, "Get to keep the kiddos tonight?" ?
Yes.
And then at 10:31, is there another message from someone in the phone listed as Fry that says, "Whatever, going to bed?"
Yes.
And then at 11:19 p.m., do we have then affirmative action from the defendant's phone back to this Fry saying, "Fell asleep, sorry, missed afternoon nap"?
Yes.
So from the phone call that was to N civilian at 7:34 p.m. until the text message to Fry at 11:19 p.m., was there any activity regarding phone calls, text messages that were responded to by the defendant's phone during that almost 4-hour time period?
It doesn't appear so.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 309. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 309 from the defendant's Moto G6. Are these a collection of Google searches that happened early that morning, starting at 4:18 a.m. on the 18th? Sorry, May 18th, 4:18 a.m. Were these searches?
Yes, they appear to be, yes.
Okay. And so there's a search at 4:18, another one at 4:18, one at 4:19. And one at 4:58 a.m. Is that all accurate? Okay. So now I'm going to show you what is on State Exhibit 1. This is going to be on State's Exhibit 1. It's going to be item number 340. And it's from May 18th at 4:18 a.m. Detective, is this then a search for Lowe's hours made on the defendant's Moto G6 phone at 4:18 a.m. on the 18th?
I believe so. I can't. There was a search for Lowe's. I guess. Can I look at the document to compare it to the photo? Just so because I believe there's a thumbnail associated with each of the searches.
apologize. The thumbnail's not real clear, so I don't necessarily know this is going to help you, but
What are you showing so that she knows what you're...
State's Exhibit 309, which is just a record of the searches with tiny thumbnails. Detective, why don't I just withdraw that question? I'll ask it a different way that doesn't require you to put on your bifocals or whatever. In the early morning hours of May 18th, were there a series of searches on the defendant's Moto G6 phone?
Yes.
And what were those searches looking for specifically that you can recall?
Store hours for, I guess, like general home improvement stores. I believe Walmart was on there, Menards, and then I believe Lowe's. I don't recall.
Was Home Depot also on there?
Home Depot, yes.
And you previously testified those searches happened between 4:18 a.m. and 4:58 a.m.?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, as part of this investigation, was Walmart video recovered from Saukville Walmart?
Yes.
And is that something, as part of being the case detective, that you reviewed as part of your investigation?
I did.
So I'm going to play
Is this deja vu all over again?
I'm only going to play a very small part. I'm not playing.
Are you playing any of it?
So he can point out which vehicle is the defendant's in terms of his review of the video. It's going to be very brief. It's not going to be playing 20 minutes of watching him walk around the store.
The Walmart person, of course, is unable to say which vehicle matches that.
Go ahead. Excuse me for being suspicious.
You didn't want to watch the 27
Yeah.
minutes again, Judge, of the video?
What I really want to do is move forward.
Could he borrow your pointer just so he can use at the screen and make this as brief as possible? So, Detective, I'm going to play clip number 2, and I'm going to start it at just after 8:17 a.m. So if you could approach the TV screen and point out when the defendant's vehicle pulls into this lot. So I'm going to start playing it now. So, did you just point to something, Detective? Okay, so that dark...
Comes very quickly from the left.
And so that was the defendant's vehicle pulling into this parking lot?
Yes.
And then is that him exiting the vehicle now and heading towards? And obviously there appears to be some kind of obstructions on the camera lens itself. Is that water from rain in terms of making certain things look a little blurry?
Yeah, so it was raining out that day, which is, as you can see. Then it appears that there are raindrops or wetness in those blurry areas.
Okay. So, but that vehicle at the top left portion of the screen is the one that the defendant arrived in, that minivan?
Yes.
As provided, Judge, we're brief. That's all we needed to see. And for the record, that's on State's Exhibit 1, item number 322, clip number 2, roughly 8:17 a.m. Part of your investigation, did you have an opportunity to go to the Wood Creek apartments with Miss Macias in March of 2022?
Yes.
And on this, let's see whenever it comes up, is this a map? It states Exhibit 1, item number 320. Is this a map overview of the Wood Creek apartment complex?
Yes.
And when you met with Ms. Macias back in March of 2022, which building did she indicate she had been parked in front of? And based on, you could probably stay up there to do a little more pointing. Judge, do you have a handheld mic for him? So, can you point out that building that she was parked in front of again?
Right here.
And did she describe for you the different places in front of that building she parked?
She did. She said she had pulled up to this general area, and she had pulled forward, and she had also pulled like right into this general area here.
And on this map, what is Mr. Gutierrez's actual apartment building that you went to the crime scene of on May 19th?
Right about here.
And when you were interviewing Ms. Macias regarding where she had parked, could you see that the side of the apartment building that Mr. Gutierrez lived on?
So from where she indicated she had parked at this location, you would not be able to see the front of the building. If she was here, obviously this building would be covering as well. And then if she was parked here, she would be looking kind of at this building here. So the only time she would have had a visual of this apartment would be this general area.
So when she was entering the general complex and driving to the building she stopped at?
Yeah, if she came in this way, yes.
And just to orient us, because maps aren't my thing, that building where Mr. Gutierrez lived, it's obviously 4 apartments on the main floor, 4 on the second floor. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And which direction did his apartment face out? So is he facing that parking lot, or is he facing what I would assume to be south towards that greenery?
And so this is north, and this is south, west. His apartment is, like I said, right about here, and it faces to the north onto 15th Street.
You can step back over. Judge, did you want me to now begin to ask some questions?
Do I want what?
Should I begin now, or did you? What's your
no,
preference?
I think probably it's best to take a break at this point.
Okay.
Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And 1 o'clock, is that all right? Okay, we'll see you then. Thank you. you come down, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's continue. Mr. Gravely.
Thank you, Detective Cree. I just want to continue with just a couple of questions. So, back on May 19th, 2020, were you an individual who was sometimes assigned cases that had possibilities of being homicides in terms of the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
And can you indicate approximately how many detectives are involved in those kind of cases at the Kenosha Police Department back in May of 2020?
It all depends on the death investigation itself.
Sure.
So
I guess I mean in terms of being the major investigators of those cases. Does every detective in the Bureau get those kind of cases, or are there just a few who are the major investigators when those cases come in?
I would say it gets spread out. We currently have a different system in place, but back in 2020, it wasn't a definitive, like this person's going to get all the death investigations or possible homicides. So I can't say specifically that, I would get them all type thing.
Right. Okay. So on May 19th, 2020, were you one of the detectives assigned to play a larger role in the investigation?
Yes.
And then did other detectives and other members of the Kenosha Police Department play different roles that were not as significant?
Yes.
And did at least one detective play a very large role that is fairly equivalent to your own?
I believe two.
Two, and who were they?
Detective Anschutz and Detective Mark Offenberger.
Okay. And so is labor amongst you three detectives specifically divided in terms of the major tasks?
We try to divide it up. I guess to explain how in a major investigation would go is that within our system there has to be someone that's assigned the lead detective. So one of us would be given that title. In this particular incident, it was myself. But there are, in this case, there were, I would guesstimate, over the period of time, probably over a dozen detectives that were actually involved in it. Detective Anschutz and Poffenberger were fairly involved like myself, so we kind of divided tasks up amongst ourselves. So it's something that we do in general as a bureau to make other assignments to take some of that bulk of the investigation off of just one person.
Okay, and so again, very briefly, what were the varying roles of the three detectives who were specifically assigned in this case?
Detective Anschutz and Detective Poffenberger did a lot of the interviews with other people. I did assist in some of the interviews, especially that first night. I was in and out of interviews with Sadie, and then in and out of interview with Olivia. But during that time, because there was so much going on, I was also involved with writing of a search warrant and briefings with our Detective Bureau administration as well as the District Attorney's Office.
And I believe you said within this case your at least formal role was lead detective, even though the labor was divided.
Yes.
Okay. And then so, again, without being lengthy about it, so the Detective Bureau has those roles, and then are there some patrol officers who also have roles in an investigation of this type? Very briefly.
Yes, so how a case would come in is the patrol officers would respond to a 911 call or a non-emergency call, and then based on their observations, they may contact their patrol supervision, and then that patrol supervisor would essentially contact the Detective Bureau supervisor and say, hey, this is what we have. We think we need the Detective Bureau to come out. They would also be involved with maintaining the scene, so the yellow tape that was portrayed in some of the images, they would remain on scene there as well. The evidence technicians are patrol officer positions as well. Yeah, and they would also assist maybe in other interviews that were, so in this case, the other residents that were maybe within the 8 residences within this building at Wood Creek, so they would have partook in some of those interviews as well.
So you were present, I assume, and heard testimony about how the original officers on the scene have a very specific role, and then follow-up officers and detectives then have different roles. Did you agree with that testimony that we have had previously about that?
Yes.
Okay. So on May 19th, 2020, about what time do you think you arrive at the address that we've talked so much about, Rosalio Gutierrez's address?
I would guess maybe around noon.
And when you get there, have there already been initial officers who did those early things that have been testified to previously?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when you arrive that you will have a primary role, or is that only explained later in this case?
I know that I have a primary role as an investigator. However, as far as when we first respond to the scene, it's not immediately portrayed to us that, hey, Vinny, you're going to be the lead. Hey, you're going to do this, you're going to do this. It's kind of, we'll get there, we'll meet with the on-scene officers. Hey, what happened? What did you see? Things of that nature. And then the bureau supervisor will essentially assign us roles. Say, you're going to be the lead. You guys are going to, do whatever. So that's kind of how it works out.
So you arrive, and in general, who do you arrive with?
I arrived about the same time as Detective Anschutz. I believe at the time Detective Wilson may have been there. And then, oh, go ahead. And Sergeant Bandy was also.
Okay. Very briefly, I don't want a detailed explanation. What was the condition of the scene when you arrived?
It was what we would consider secured. So essentially the officers had maintained that area so that no one could come and go outside of the residence.
Now, Detective, are you an individual who is now, when you arrive, going to make observations at the scene and allow those to educate what you do next in your investigation? Is that one of the things you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you arrive, what, if anything, can you say about whether it appears to be a violent scene and whether that focuses your investigation in any way?
I'm going to object to the term violent.
Go ahead.
So based on my initial observations of standing outside of the residence by the, would be the sliding door, in the images that you had seen, there appeared to be a lot of blood based on the officers indicating that there was nobody located inside the residence. It became apparent that we were, initially looking for a missing person who was either deceased and or severely injured.
And so does that sort of scene indicate to you you're not only looking for the individual who would reside there, but you also are starting to think, okay, I'm going to be looking for suspects? Is that what that scene provides you in terms of information as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, it could be, yes.
Okay. So I'm talking about as you're walking through the scene. Are those the kind of things you begin to focus on?
Yes.
So at some point, do you get to focus on the hallway, the outer hallway?
Yes.
And do you make any observations that cause you to think about whether any suspects would be people known to a resident of that place as opposed to not known? Are there any, and again, I'm not saying you're an expert, I'm just saying, did you make observations that would then cause you to take certain steps?
Yes.
Okay, so what were they?
First was that the door was locked, so there would be no entry. Somebody couldn't come from the hallway into the apartment. There was no immediate signs of forced entry, meaning that somebody kicked the door open or somehow forced that door open. And then basically somebody would have had to have been inside to lock the door and or have the key to lock that door from the outside. And then with the sliding patio door open, it indicated that the person or people may have left out of that door.
Is there anything else about, first of all, when you go into the hallway, do you see something that you think, based on your experience, is meaningful in the hallway?
Yeah, so right alongside the door, there was what appeared to be a dry reddish substance, which was consistent with the appearance of blood that was on the wall, the door, and then to the right by the mailbox area.
Were you present at some point when that door was opened into the apartment from the hallway?
I was.
And did anything additional when that door was opened cause you to be focused on whether anyone who was causing damage to another individual would know or not know the person that they were involved in the hallway or by the hallway? Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Okay.
I'll try to answer it. It appeared as though that had somebody knocked at that door, the person would have opened the door. So whether or not they knew him or not, I can't say that specifically. But definitely the person from inside had opened that door to the outside.
All right. So when you survey the interior scene, are there some rooms that appear to you to be unaffected by your observations in other places? So in other words, if you see blood or other things, are there some rooms that do not appear to be impacted as best you can tell?
Yeah, so the hallway that led to the bathroom and then the bedroom, which would be on the west side of the apartment area, there did not appear to be apparent blood or tracks or anything of that nature in those rooms.
So what were the rooms that appeared to be a place you should be focused?
The main living room, I guess it would be considered like a dining section area, and then the kitchen area.
And within some area of this, was there any area within the interior of that apartment where you observed there to be something that was at least a partial foot imprint?
Yes.
And ultimately, in the investigation of the Kenosha Police Department, was there a determination made about what was the likely source of that footprint?
I'm going to object as far as foundation as to where this footprint was. There were multiple footprints on scene.
Sounds like that would be the subject of cross, but you think it's too vague?
I think it's too vague.
Okay, so I'm talking about in the interior of the apartment. Did you see anything that would cause you to be that was of interest in terms of being a footprint?
Yes. So almost in the centralized area, there was a large pooling of blood on the carpet, and within that carpet, there appeared to be a foot impression.
And ultimately, in the investigation of the Kenosha Police Department that you were a coordinator of, was it determined who or what group would be the likely source of that footprint?
It was.
I'm going to object as far as speculation.
I don't.
He's asking him from a standpoint of a police investigation, and he says likely So I think the jury probably understands this does not prove what his conclusion was or what his opinion was. So the objection's overruled.
Please go ahead and answer.
We were not able to determine who the likely source of that footprint was. Majority of the time, our initial officers on scene, when they get to something like that, if at all costs they're able to, we try to have them not walk through something, but we weren't able to determine if it was one of the officers there or if it was there prior to the officers.
Well, you did have officers say that they had that it had been wet and that they had walked through the scene. You did have officers
Correct.
say that. And was that the first group of officers who came in?
Yes.
So do you agree or disagree with the choice, based on the blood on this scene, for them to go through the residence quickly as opposed to worry about their footprint?
Yeah, they could have, yes.
Okay. And is that a decision you think is a poor decision by them?
Not necessarily, because their main focus at that time is to determine if there are injured people or other people in the residence.
All right. So officers admitted they walked in and made footprints, correct?
Object as far as hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So, yes, the officers would have walked in to the residence. Yeah.
Okay. So did you hear that in the testimony, I believe, of Officer Van Wee, that there was a flattened glove, like a latex type glove, that was near the threshold of the bathroom? Did you hear that in Van Wee's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And do you, again, as an investigator, believe you know the origin of that glove, and if so, what is it?
So at the time, we had believed that it was possibly one of the initial officers that initially responded in there. Oftentimes, they use their personal protective equipment when they go to respond to a scene like that, or when they enter a scene like that. So we believed that was one of the officers that maybe had taken the gloves off and or dropped out of their pocket at some point. My understanding, and speaking with Officer Van Wee, was that there were no immediate signs of blood on the gloves and nothing. It was kind of out of place where it was right in the middle of a doorway leading to the bathroom area. So, yes.
You saw pictures displayed, I think, a couple of times during this case so far, of a pizza box in the apartment of Rosalio Gutierrez, and it had some kind of receipt on the top of the box. Did you see that a couple of times come up as an exhibit?
Yes.
Do you recall that pizza box being at this location?
I do.
And what, if any, investigation are you aware of that was done regarding the pizza box?
So on the pizza box, there was a receipt on there. On the receipt was an address for Mr. Gutierrez, and as well as his name, and I believe a phone number was on there as well. There was also, I guess what I would describe as like a description of the pizza, as well as a price on there. There was no name of a pizza company, and the box did not have the name of a pizza company as well. I don't recall the officer that was specifically assigned to it, but there were efforts made to try to determine if there was a pizza delivered within the past couple of days, and it was determined we weren't able to determine if there was or wasn't at that time.
Officer, I want to turn your attention to the time period of May 17th through the day you arrived at this residence on May 19th. How was the weather those 3 days, if it was the same, or if the weather changed dramatically? Please describe the weather May 17th from the evening hours through May 19th when you arrived on the scene.
So I believe when I did a check through the National Weather Service, the Kenosha area had received approximately 4 to 5 inches of rain over the course of those, would be 3 days.
Do you recall what the Milwaukee area had?
The Milwaukee area actually had more. I believe it was in the 6 to 7 inches of rain range.
And that was over that essentially a little more than 48 hours?
I believe I had checked from the 16th to the 19th, so
Okay,
72.
thank you. Overall, at the address for Rosalio Gutierrez, so 3709 15th Street, Apartment B, how many officers do you believe were involved in some investigative capacity? So from the first officers who arrive on scene, to officers who speak to neighbors, to officers who collect evidence, to detectives, to management, what is your best estimate on how many officers played some role at that location in trying to determine what they had, why there was this blood, et cetera?
You're saying specifically on the 19th from
Yes,
the KPD?
I'm talking about at that time period at KPD, correct?
So I would say initially there were probably maybe about a dozen. However, I did leave the scene when Officer Van Wee and Officer Widener were there. So I wasn't there for the remainder of the evening, so I don't know how many there, but I would say up to the point when I was there till I'm guesstimating here at about 3:30 I left that area. I would say about a dozen or more.
So minimum of a dozen Kenosha Police Department assigned officers are involved even before you leave?
Yeah, I'm making a guesstimate, yes.
Okay. So at the scene, do you have an opportunity to speak to Sadie Beecham? Briefly.
Briefly I did, yes.
At the scene, do you have an opportunity to speak to Michael Campbell briefly?
Yes.
And based on speaking to both Michael Campbell and Sadie Beecham, are you involved? Does that focus your early investigation? In other words, does that give you some information that you are going to pursue to try to figure out why there is a scene with, do you perceive there being a significant amount of blood in many areas of the home?
I do.
Okay. So are you now going to figure out some information regarding what Sadie Beecham and what Michael Campbell have told you at that stage?
Yes.
Okay. And and are you, what if anything can you say about whether you are also then assisted by the idea that a neighbor indicates she heard something happening in the evening hours of the 17th?
So the information from the neighbor I didn't receive until later because an officer had spoken to them. So I didn't receive that until later.
Okay, so that day you did not know that?
I don't believe I knew that specifically that day.
So at this point, are you beginning to try to preliminarily speak to people who might have information?
Yes.
And so do you interview some people during the some of the hours of that day on the 19th?
Yeah, so with the initial caller when we responded, Ms. Beecham was present and remained present, and Detective Anschutz spoke primarily with her. There were times where I responded over by him and as well, and he and I actually also communicated amongst each other about things. And then part of the investigation would be, hey, how do you know this person? Do you know of anyone that may want to harm this person? Do you know where they may be? Things of that nature. So it wouldn't necessarily, it would primarily be the caller themselves, but then also associates of the person who resided there, in this case, Mr. Gutierrez. So the same questions when I had my encounter with Mr. Campbell, I had asked him, how he knew him and things of that nature, and do you know of anyone that would want to harm him, or any problems that he was having with people, etc. So that would be how we would develop some potential information, if possible.
Am I correct that both of those early sources of information were pointing to the same individual, at least as a focus of your early investigation?
Yes.
Okay. So, having just heard someone provide suspicions, though, you would still need to do more. You would still need to gather more information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you do that during some then of the afternoon hours after you left the immediate scene at the apartment?
Yes. So after we left the apartment, Detective Anschutz, myself, as well as other detectives, we all responded back to the police department where we had a briefing with now at the time would have been second shift officers that were coming in, as well as the district attorney's office and our administration to kind of brief on what we've seen, what we knew, and where we were going to go forward with that. We were also at that time waiting for Ms. Beecham and the daughter to come back to the Kenosha Police Department.
Prior to leaving the scene or prior to doing those other matters, did someone at the Kenosha Police Department observe the dumpsters or dumpster at Wood Creek Apartments?
Yes.
And in general, what did they find?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened after Kenosha Police Department officers looked and observed the dumpsters?
So I actually observed the immediate dumpster closest in proximity to Mr. Gutierrez's address, and the dumpster was fairly empty. There were some items that were in that dumpster. Some of the items that were in there at the time that I had looked, because of the law enforcement presence that was there, naturally people want to kind of come out and see what they can see. So there were a couple of people that actually came out and actually dumped some stuff and then, hey, what's going on, type conversations. But I ended up making phone contact with the dumpster company to find out when those dumpsters were last emptied, and was advised that it had been at I believe it was approximately 10:30 in the morning on that day of the 19th. Based on my observations of the dumpster itself, there wasn't any immediate signs of a lot of blood. Like I said, there wasn't a lot of items in there at all. I would guesstimate maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 bags of items. But again, some of that was people kind of coming out and putting stuff in the trash to see what was going on.
And based on your look, did you see anything of evidentiary value in that dumpster?
I did not.
Okay, so you knew at that point that it had been picked up recently, correct?
Correct.
Recent to the 19th. Yeah.
To the 19th, yes.
And so, what, if any, steps were taken next by the Kenosha Police Department that you're aware of in your role as a lead investigator in this case?
So, in speaking to the company, I don't recall the name of the dumpster company offhand currently, but I was advised that they used the Zion landfill in Zion, Illinois. So Detective Cypress and Detective Kukowski had responded immediately to the landfill site where they met with, I would guess, management there or someone from the dump site there. And then based on what we were told was that there had been a number of, I guess, dumpings from the garbage trucks since that time period. It wasn't as if this was the only dump truck that had went and dumped. And they were familiar with the area, but they wouldn't have been able to say specifically these items were the ones that were dumped by this truck because of the amount of garbage that was there. We had asked them to stop dumping on that site until we got further information. I had known through a previous investigation involving another landfill site that they're very regulated as to their dump sites and the process at which they do it. They're very regulated. So we were kind of interrupting their business by having them hold it, but they agreed to hold it until the following day.
Ultimately, did you release that dump site?
We did.
And describe briefly for the jury why that decision was made.
So during the course of that evening, we had done, I guess collectively, the police department had done interviews with Ms. Beecham as well as with the daughter. And based on those interviews, and in speaking with the district attorney's office, I had prepared a search warrant for the defendant's address up in the Mequon area. And based on officers' response later on in the evening hours, which went into the early morning hours, we had believed that there was a high probability that evidence would be located at that residence, at which point we did not have the capacity to continue to do two major site investigations at once. And again, based on the landfill, we were holding up their operations, I guess.
Based on what you, do you remember approximately when that decision was made?
I don't. I would guesstimate that it would have been in probably around the early morning hours before noon.
Of the day after, so on the 20th?
Yeah, on the 20th,
okay.
Yes.
So in the meantime, had the defendant's van been looked at?
Yeah, so overnight, when officers responded to Mequon, the van had been looked at.
In the meantime, had the defendant been interviewed?
Yes, the defendant was not. I guess it was kind of simultaneous with the search warrant going on. Is that what or you mean afterwards?
You had gained you had gained information from the defendant.
Yes.
Okay, before you made that decision.
Yes.
You had seen and looked in the van.
Yes.
Okay. And you've heard testimony about the condition of the van. Officers knew about the condition of the van?
Correct.
Okay. And you had witnesses who had described circumstances to you, correct?
Yes.
And then at that point, you either had to search a dump site locally or you had to make a decision that that a van had likely been involved in transport. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, you've indicated that a search warrant was conducted at the Mequon residence, so I think that's been previously testified to as 6813 West Highland Road. Is that right?
Yes.
And did the original search warrant on that occur on May 19th?
Yes.
Okay. And if you know, how many officers were involved in that initial search? Only if you know.
I do not know because there were a number of officers from our agency as well as the Mequon Police Department.
And then were additional searches done the next day on the 20th of May at the defendant's residence?
Yes, so the initial search warrant that we conducted was for evidence related to possible stalking. So we were looking a lot for GPS trackers, electronic device, things that would be kind of related to the information that Ms. Beecham had provided to us. Once the officers executed that search warrant, they had determined that there was a van that was found at the residence, and then within that van, they discovered that there were apparent bleach spots, that the vehicle had smelled like bleach, there was carpet ripped out, and from what they observed, possible apparent blood droplets. So that was the initial warrant that night. Once we were able to reconvene the next morning, early the next morning, because of the possibility of the connection between the missing person case that we initially investigated and the possibility of the van then being involved, we wrote a secondary search warrant under that case.
So did Kenosha police officers then go back on the 20th again?
We did.
And are you aware of how many officers were involved in that particular exploration in Mequon?
I would say maybe around a dozen again. Again, there were officers from, at that time there were officers from the Kenosha Police Department, Mequon Police Department, I believe the Ozaukee County Sheriff's Office, and then from the, I believe, Madison Police Department, or Dane County, Madison or Dane County.
So you had multiple agencies?
Yes.
Okay, and this is on the 20th?
Yes.
All right. And what, other than the fact that several agencies were there, so again, all told, how many officers, were you there? Apologize.
I was there, yes.
Change the question right in the middle. What would be your estimate on how many officers were involved in some way in the search on the 20th?
Maybe 15?
And other than just manpower, were there other resources being used, mechanical or any other type of resource?
Yeah, so the Ozaukee County Sheriff's Department provided a drone, which they were able to kind of fly over the area. The property itself is roughly around 4 acres, I believe, and then it's surrounded by, I believe there's a residence to the west. There's a lot of, I guess I would consider it a marsh area to the south, and then there's also like a marsh or high tall grass to the east of the residence. So we used the drone to kind of do a full overview of the place. A cadaver dog was brought at the time as well. At some point there we contacted Agent Hamrow from the Wisconsin Division of Criminal Investigations regarding his arson expertise. And then the fire department had to come because the fire pit that was still smoldering, so the fire department as well.
Was it still raining on the 20th when you arrived for that search warrant?
It did not.
Okay. And had it been raining on the 19th?
I don't recall if it was raining in Mequon on the 19th. I wasn't up there, so I can't say for certain.
What about, was it raining at the scene in Kenosha when you arrived at the scene, if you recall?
Yes, it was raining, but it wasn't a hard rain.
Had it been harder in the days previous?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that from working in Kenosha?
Yes.
Okay. So at that Highland Road Mequon address, did you see a picture that was shown, I think, to Detective Anschutz that had garbage bags alongside a barn-like structure? Did you see that picture?
Yes.
And when that picture was put up, did you know information regarding what were the contents of those bags? Basically?
Yes.
Okay. What was in there?
I recall actually looking at the bags, and there was a large amount of potting soil inside of them.
And so you've heard testimony there was a marijuana grow at the residence, right?
Yes.
When you were inside the place, the marijuana plants were no longer growing, correct?
No, there were no plants.
Okay. You're aware?
Judge, I guess I'm going to object to where the line of questioning is going, unless the state's offering to use Detective Correa as, I guess, an intent expert or some sort of expert based on his experience in that field. And if that's so, then I would ask that some foundation be laid.
I'm not asking for intent of anything, Judge. My argument is that to grow 72 marijuana plants, you need a lot of soil, and do these bags constitute a lot of soil?
That's an argument, and whether this witness has any knowledge of that then is foundationary.
I don't think his ability, the foundational ability for him to answer has been established.
Did you see a lot of bags of soil?
Yes.
And were those bags of soil what the contents were of the bags that were along the barn shown in Defense Exhibit 76?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, maybe it is. That's the house.
Barn.
I guess I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 76.
It's Defense Exhibit 76.
What did I say? State?
Defense.
Defense Exhibit 76. Do you recall that exhibit being shown?
Yes.
You see bags in that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know from your time at the residence what the structure is that's behind it? I assumed it was a barn, but is it a house?
No, that's a barn that is to the, this in the backyard area, and then it would be to the west.
Are those the bags you've just testified were soil?
Yes.
Did the drone reveal anything that caused you to have to investigate further?
No, no.
Okay. Did the cadaver dogs hit on anything?
Objection.
Hold on, can I finish the question?
No, because then it's argumentative, and we've had a prior ruling on this issue.
We have. Objection sustained.
To the entire topic, Judge?
Well,
Because it's about what he does, so I'm just trying to figure out how to.
We're going to take about a 10-minute break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. recollection is that I did sustain an objection along the same line. Do you think I'm in error?
Well,
Not on the ruling, on the recollection.
I'd like to re-argue it, Judge. No, Judge, my recollection is that the court allowed me only to ask whether a cadaver dog caused the officer to then direct theirself in any location, but to provide no further details. So I thought the court allowed me that one question with no inquiry.
I thought it was without the reference to it being a cadaver dog.
Okay, so that's not my recollection, and I defer to the court. It's been a long court. It's been a long case, and any of these rulings would have been day 1 or 2, but that and I thought I was allowed that very limited inquiry, and I absolutely apologize if the court has a different memory, and so.
My memory is the same as the court's as far as what that objection was. I think, too, that it was very narrowly tailored, and that was with Officer Van Wee, I believe, as to why he went and collected certain items to be sent to the crime lab for testing, and that was why the court allowed that line of questioning. But as far as the cadaver dog and the cadaver dog making a hit, that was, my understanding was that was sustained and not to be brought up. And so the state's question that it proposed prior to us breaking was that a cadaver dog hit. Those words were used, and so, so we would maintain that same objection.
If I did use the word hit, I would have done that in error. My recollection is identical to what defense counsel just said, which was, so I believe the court's ruling was that Officer Van Wee was permitted to say a cadaver dog was present, and based on the action of the cadaver dog, I emphasized some items, and that was. Obviously this was the global question. I asked this detective, because he's a lead detective, about the items, and then whether it directed him to then do other things. I don't intend any follow-up questions. It's exactly the same thing I asked Van Wee, which I was asking him because, frankly, that was day 1 or 2 of this trial, and we're in the larger thing now.
I will tell you that I'm not relying now on my memory. I'm analyzing it afresh.
Yep.
And which gives me a hint as to what I think I ruled, and I was uncomfortable with your describing the dog as a cadaver dog, because there was no, and I recollect there wasn't going to be any recollection, or any testimony rather, that it was in fact a cadaver dog as opposed to a different dog.
You're right. That was what you did. You indicated that we could say a dog, but you didn't. You said it could not be a cadaver dog. I now recollect that. That
would be my analysis then and now.
Okay.
I think. And
and
also I don't know if the word hit just some behavior by the dog or whatever.
Yeah.
But the bottom line was, the bottom line is I'm going to sustain the objection.
So what I intend to do then, just very briefly, is I intend to say, were any dogs that were employed utilized, and did they direct you to some evidence, and then was that evidence you emphasized? That's it?
You're looking quizzically.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what evidence it was that Detective Correa had
It's fire pit
taken.
evidence, and I'm not going to talk about what the evidence is
Well,
this time.
I think then that I would argue. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sure, that's okay. Fire pit evidence, chainsaw, and a poker that was related to the fire pit. That's it.
So I think that was already testified to with Van Wee.
I don't intend to
Let's
ask
get
him.
moving.
Yeah, I don't intend to ask him.
You can do it what you want to do it, but don't reference a cadaver dog. And it would be better not to use the word hit as opposed to just saying did a dog's activity or. All right.
I'll be careful.
Hello.
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
I have sustained the objection.
New question. Detective Correa, you indicated dogs were, or a dog was employed at the search warrant on the 20th of May at the Mequon house. Based on the dog's activities, and I don't need to know the details, but were certain pieces of evidence prioritized, and did you then take those and do further things with those?
Yes.
How many search warrants physically do you believe were conducted in this investigation, during the course of this investigation?
You're talking about like electronics and like as many warrants?
At this point, I'm talking about physical searches of
Okay.
locations.
1, 2, I believe 5 locations, but some of the locations had multiple days, so there were, I guess, multiple warrants because they were different days.
So, all told, how many search warrants do you believe you executed that were physical locations?
I believe 8.
Okay. How many agencies other than the Kenosha Police Department do you believe you involved in some fashion in this case? Just your estimate.
Agency-wise, I would say in excess of 15.
So, how many different folks that have some law enforcement role do you believe have spent some time investigating this case?
I would say close to 100 total officers.
And you personally, what would be your estimate on how many man-hours that you have put in this case over the last several years?
Maybe a couple thousand.
Now, ultimately was the defendant arrested on May 19th at his Mequon residence?
Yes.
Okay, and was he arrested by Mequon officers?
Yes.
And was that at approximately 8 p.m.?
Yes.
And then was he transported to the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
And so did you have an opportunity at that time to both see his physical condition and also see what he was wearing at the time he was arrested?
Yes.
So let's talk first about any injuries, if any, that you could see on the defendant's person when you saw him on the 19th. And let me just be sure, after he was transported from Mequon, did you see him on May 19th?
Yes.
About what time, very general, about what time do you think you saw him?
Around 11 p.m.
So at that time, was one of the things you did take a look to see if there were any injuries that were of note?
Yes.
And what injuries, if any, did you find on the defendant's person when you saw him on the 19th?
There were 2 small scratches on his right hand area, and then another scratch, maybe a couple inches on his upper right bicep.
And I assume you have zero idea what the origin of those are. Is that right?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay. Okay. When arrested, was the defendant wearing anything below the waist?
Jeans?
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review or look at the buttons of the jeans he was wearing?
Yes.
And was that of interest to you in this case for purposes of any comparison?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. Is it 223? 223. So did you want to see his clear cut picture? This is 223. So as to Exhibit 223, do you know what that is?
It looks like a button from a pair of jeans.
Okay, and if you know, is that in fact a button from the pair of jeans worn by the defendant upon his arrest on May 19th?
Yes.
Okay. And was that picture taken so that a person could observe the manufacturer and the style of buttons?
Can I read it? You mean?
Sure, please.
Levi Strauss and Company. Was it SF Cal? Maybe San Francisco, California. SF.
So Levi Strauss jean button, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of what the jean button looked like on the jeans the defendant was wearing on the day of his arrest?
Yes. I mean, so I didn't look at his button on the day that he was arrested, but we have them as evidence, and photos were taken of those clothing items.
Detective, I assume people are not taking pictures of random buttons, so
yes.
You've reviewed all the pictures in this case.
Yes.
So my question is, does it appear to be a true and accurate picture of the buttons from the jeans he had?
Yes.
Okay. So are you also aware that some jean buttons or some buttons were recovered from the smoldering fire pit at the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Okay. And so you heard Officer Van Wee testify that those were on the top level of the fire pit refuse, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 224. And you heard Officer Van Wee testify to these, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are those also Levi Strauss jean buttons?
Yes.
Okay. Then let me ask you about whether the defendant, upon arrest, was wearing any undergarments, meaning below the waist.
So after the defendant was taken into custody, we collected all of his clothes. And I believe at that time is when the transporting officer would have taken those clothes and ultimately taken photos of them and placed them in the evidence. So I did see those photos afterwards, and it was a navy blue pair of underwear.
And do you remember the make? Like the manufacturer?
I believe they're Hanes, if I'm not mistaken. Or, no, I think they're Fruit of the Loom.
And in the fire pit, are you aware Fruit of the Loom were recovered, a remnant?
Yes.
Okay. During the search warrant, were any socks recovered at any location at the 6813 Highland Road, just because they were differently organized than your sock drawer?
I believe there was, if I remember correctly, there was a camera that was located inside of a sock, a white Hanes sock.
Okay, and are you aware that a remnant of a Hanes sock was found in the fire pit, the smoldering fire pit?
Yes.
And was that Hanes sock that you're talking about that had a camera in it, was that a lone sock, a solo sock?
Yes.
And that camera that the sock was over or contained was reviewed, is that correct?
Yes.
And it had no content that was of any note? To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yeah, correct.
Okay. Now, ultimately, in the multiple searches of the Mequon residence, was one of the focuses a plaid shirt that had been identified as something that had been worn by the defendant regularly and recently?
Yes.
And was that plaid shirt recovered at any location?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, you also indicated there was a portion of carpet that was cut out of the minivan, correct?
Correct.
And you could tell that when people did the search warrant on May 19th, is that correct? That was visible to officers on May 19th?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the residence, did the search of the defendant's residence find the remainder of that cutout? In other words, was that ever located?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you, as a lead investigator, if that was recovered, would you know it?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that there was information provided that a family member, a grandpa's steel-toed boots had been taken from the tree farm or borrowed from the tree farm on the weekend of May 16th into May 17th?
Yes.
And were those steel-toed boots recovered to your knowledge?
No.
Were steel toes recovered in the fire pit to your knowledge?
There were two items recovered in the fire pit that appeared to be the steel toe portion of a steel toe boot, and I believe right next to that appeared to be like shoelaces as well.
And again, that was in the upper level, that first level of the fire pit refuse?
Yes, it was visible from just standing over it and looking at it.
Now, during a search of the defendant's residence, at some point was a sheath recovered that you at least felt should be tested?
Yes, there was a sheath that had like a possible red staining on it.
And at this point, do you recall where that was located in the residence, if you remember?
I don't recall specifically. I believe it was on in the area of the kitchen table, or what would be the kitchen table, but I don't recall specifically where it was located.
And when you are referring to the word sheath in this case, what does a sheath store, or what does it usually contain?
Knife.
Okay. And was there a knife found that you felt was a match to that sheath, at least based on your review of the premises?
No.
Now, in this case, did you do larger warrants, like things called geofence warrants and those kind of things, to also try to determine any information you could about intruders to the home of Rosalio Gutierrez during the time period around May 17th?
We did.
Okay. So could you explain to the jury what you did along those lines? So in those large data type warrants, what did you try to do?
So in a geofence warrant is basically submitted to Google, and what Google has is they call it a three-stage process. So what we can do is we can establish 4 points or radius, and using those 4 points, you create your GPS coordinates, and you can send that to Google, and then they will send you a response of devices that may be using a Google device within that area. The first time they respond is normally it comes into what they call they're anonymous numbers and letters, a big combination. I think currently it's around 72 of these numbers. So there's no identifying information as to that device that is visible to me. So I have to then take those devices, which and at the time we used Google Earth. So you put all those devices and the points in. On this Google Earth, or on this geofence, I think it came back with in excess of like 2,000 potential devices. And you then have to go in and subjectively kind of determine what you may think is maybe relevant to your investigation. So some of the points are off of Wi-Fi, some of the points are off of GPS, and based on the amount of, so let's say there's a device ID that is 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's 20 of them, and it says Wi-Fi, you can kind of deduce that that's probably a resident at that location. Versus there may be one that's 1 or 2 points and it's there for 10 seconds. Now you can think, okay, maybe this device actually was just traveling on the roadway and it passed on. So of those devices, you have to basically break that down. I sent an initial response to Google for items or device IDs that I wanted further information on. So in that second stage, it'll then give you further geographical information. So it may show the vehicle, or I'm sorry, the device operating 30 minutes before, 30 minutes after, so you can kind of see where it's coming from or going to. So from that, now I have to decide, okay, based on these, let's say I broke that 2,000 down to 1,000, now I have to break it down a third time, in which case I send another response to Google saying, okay, I want these devices, which is a very limited amount. So in this case, I think I only was able to get 7 devices, in which case it's very subjective deciding, okay, I guess I'm going to pick this one, this one, this one, and this one, and hope for the best. So it wasn't very fruitful in this investigation as far as the Wood Creek apartments go. We also did the same geofence with surrounding area of 6813 Highland Avenue, as well as the address of the tree farm in Random Lake, Wisconsin.
So as to Wood Creek, would it be fair to summarize what you said is by saying it's just such a dense area that you were not able to narrow it down in a way that was fruitful? Is that appropriate?
Yes, I believe I used too large of an area, which produced that great amount of items. The other thing with this, during this investigation, I had a time that I believed that Mr. Gutierrez was last on his phone, and then a time that I believed this incident had occurred. So throughout the investigation, I believe there was a time frame of between 9 o'clock-ish to, let's say, to midnight. So I had a big range. There's other investigations where you know that an armed robbery occurred at 10:54 at night. I can narrow down to that time. Get a lot less results in an instance like that. So the same with the other geofence warrants. It was a larger time frame, so the results were a lot greater than I had anticipated.
Change the topic. Do you recall opening up State's Exhibit 115 and showing it to a Walmart manager by extending it out? You had it in your hands with gloves. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you looked at 115 previously, when you spread that out for the Walmart manager, did you recognize that as a document you had seen at some other location other than in evidence and in this courtroom?
Yes. So this receipt was located in the front passenger side dashboard of the black minivan belonging to the defendant.
And you personally saw it there?
I did.
And then what, if anything, did you do to cause Detective Marty Howard to then have a picture of it that he could go to Walmart with?
Sent him a picture of it.
Okay. And you heard him testify that he received a picture previously?
Yes.
Okay. Previously, we talked about one of the FBI agent Hannah Judd maps and where a phone was located and its proximity to Rosalio Gutierrez's home. I'm going to ask that State's Exhibit 291 be shown to you. Again, this is another Hannah Judd produced map, Agent Hannah Judd. And I'm just going to ask, is there an address that was of interest to you in this case that is located on this map that could be pointed out to the jury?
This isn't a map related to Mr. Gutierrez. Was that what you had asked?
No, I asked if this map it depicts another place, an address of interest to you at a different place. So when Agent Judd testified, you previously talked about Rosalio Gutierrez's address when a different one of these maps was shown to you.
I misunderstood you. I thought you said in relation to Mr. Gutierrez's address.
No. In this one, is there any address of interest to you when this map is put together,
sure,
indicating the defendant's phone is in a location on May 18th in the morning hours?
So on the bottom portion of this map, you see the...
You need the pointer?
I don't.
No, go
we'll
ahead.
figure it out. You see that there's a Cedar Beach Road is on the lower portion of this map. How this map is oriented, I don't see a compass on it, but I think to the east would be to our right, and down that road on Cedar Beach Road, that road actually leads directly to Lake Michigan. So I would say approximately maybe a quarter mile at the most from Lake Michigan on Cedar Beach Road is the address of Miss Brown Frederickson.
Okay. And so that was the address where the defendant is doing some rehab at times?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of this house that is identified in this Belgium area, where is that in relation to the Saukville Walmart that we've seen video of?
I guess just to be clear here, I believe that this map is just showing the tower location. Yep. The actual residence would be further to the right, so it's not showing an actual house location.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that
yep,
we're clear with that. But this area is essentially almost right between, you'd asked between the Saukville Walmart?
Yep, Saukville Walmart is what I asked.
I believe it would be a little bit to the south, maybe a little bit southwest. Or this is northwest of the Saukville. So Saukville, I guess the Mequon in the Saukville, Belgium area, and then the Random Lake area would be a little bit north.
Did you at some point look through any means by which Rosalio Gutierrez was listing any future activities he had either organized or planned or was accounting for at the time that you investigated this case during the time period of May 19th, 2020 and on?
I believe he had in his calendar, there was a calendared event, Camp Timberley.
Okay. And is that a fairly local camp activity that a person can do?
Yeah, I believe it's in Walworth County area.
Okay. And so that was something that he had in his calendar, and do you remember for what date?
It was the 19th.
Yes, and that is a camp experience for children, not adults?
Yes.
Primarily?
Well, I think it can be family camp as well.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Now, Detective, what did you, meaning the police department as an agency, do to try to be sure that if Mr. Gutierrez were to show up in any location after this incident, that he would be accounted for in some way? In other words, are there national ways you do that, or? You know?
Yeah, so he was entered as a, is entered as still as a missing person. So had a law enforcement agency nationwide come into contact with him, it would automatically flag as a missing person, in which case we would be notified immediately that they had contact with the person. So that was done.
Did you do anything to monitor any financial information so that if for some reason financial information was accessed in any way that would account for Mr. Gutierrez, that would be recognized?
Yeah, so on 2 occasions I wrote search warrants for the TransUnion, basically the Financial Credit Reporting Bureau. And there were actually some accounts, I believe, that were in default, but there were no new accounts after the May 19th.
At some point, did you do any investigation regarding a passport or passport activity in this case?
Yes, I don't recall if I contacted Homeland Security or Customs, but I had sent the email asking if there had been any passports issued to or used under his information.
Had Rosalio Gutierrez ever had a passport to you based
No.
on the information you received? And has one ever been applied for since?
Not that I'm aware of.
Some items were covered with you previously about any activity, Google searches that the defendant conducted on any of his devices. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay, and a focus was on the Motorola G6 phone and any Google searches from that time period?
Yes.
And are you familiar with a Google search that occurred on May 18th, 11:48 a.m. Regarding Aurora Back and Spine?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. Can you say the name of the exhibit, please?
States 338.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 338 and ask you if this is a search on the defendant's Motorola G6 phone, again on May 18th at 11:48 a.m.
Yes, it appears to be an image of that.
Aurora Back and Spine, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Does this exhibit that has been produced appear to be altered or changed in any way from what you reviewed in preparation for this testimony?
No.
So I want to just, as my final piece, go through a little bit of your interaction with the defendant on May 19th, 2020. So how long do you feel that interaction with the defendant was in general?
About an hour and a half.
And during that period of time, what was the defendant told about what was the subject of inquiry?
I believe it was general, just basically that there were some allegations of from Miss Beecham about him tracking her, following her, and things of that nature.
Was he also informed that it had to do with any activities he had towards her boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay. So the defendant was aware on the 17th as you began to speak to him, I'm sorry, the 19th, apologize, on the 19th of May, as you began to speak to him about who the people were that you were talking about, in general.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify from the last one. I didn't speak to him at all about the incident that we were investigating regarding what was found at Mr. Gutierrez's residence. What I meant by that was the allegations that he had broken into his vehicle or entered his vehicle and took items. So I didn't speak to him regarding what we were investigating previously in the day.
But also talking to him about stalking.
Yes.
About incidences that might be stalking.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So when you so there was an interview that took place where you asked questions?
Detective Anderson and I did, yes.
Okay. And was what if any? Or was there a question asked about whether the defendant had been to Ms. Beecham's home during early hours without permission?
Yes.
And what was the first thing that the defendant offered up when you asked him that question?
He had mentioned that he had to drop off a couch.
And who was present in terms of officers in that interview?
Just myself and Detective Anschutz.
Did you and Detective Anschutz then ask further questions regarding going to Sadie Beecham's home in early morning hours other than his first offering, which was a couch delivery?
Yes.
So when you asked a second time, what happened then?
He had indicated that there was a point where he had a premonition that somebody was at Miss Beecham's residence.
And did he indicate what he did about that premonition?
He had indicated he had went over there.
Did he indicate who he took with him?
His children.
And now, have you been present when videos were shown that were of Sadie Beecham's residence that were purported to come from the electronics owned by the defendant or possessed by the defendant?
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant at the time of this interview whether, when he brought family members over to Sadie Beecham's house, whether he recorded anything? Did you ask him that question?
I don't know if it was me specifically. It may have been Detective Anschutz.
I mean you two.
Oh,
The
okay.
two of you asked that?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the defendant's answer about whether he tried to record anything at that time?
He had not.
Now, were you present for testimony in this case that on the defendant's laptop there is a file that is named Rosalio Gutierrez and then has a number of documents in it?
Yes.
Including a number of documents that have Rosalio Gutierrez's name on the documents themselves?
Yes.
And did you ask the defendant questions about whether he knew the name of this boyfriend of Miss Beecham?
Yes.
And what was the defendant's decision, or what did the defendant decide to answer you regarding that?
He said that his name was something like Junior, and his last name started with like a G or something.
Appeared to not know the individual's name?
He indicated he did not.
Okay. Now, were you present in this trial and heard and saw video of a van being operated by the defendant in a Kmart? I'm sorry, a Walmart. Apologize.
Yes.
Okay. And were you present for testimony about a trip to the tree farm on May 16th and May 17th where the van was involved?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time that you interviewed the defendant, were you focused on a minivan as one of the things you wanted to talk about?
Yes.
And at the point that you began to discuss with the defendant the vehicles he operated, what did the defendant tell you?
He indicated that he primarily drove an Audi.
And at that point, did you and Detective Anschutz ask him about a different vehicle?
Yes, we had asked him about the minivan, and he had indicated that he uses it for work.
Okay. Did he say, I don't drive it much?
I don't recall if that was the exact words, but he had indicated the Audi was his primary vehicle.
And what else did he offer you about the van as you began to ask further questions about his use of the van?
He had indicated that the van was available to his brothers and his cousins or whoever needed to use it at any point, could come to the residence and take it whenever they wanted.
At some point, have you been present in this case when there's been evidence that on the defendant's phone there was a portion of the registration document from Rosalio Gutierrez's vehicle?
Yes.
And you heard the testimony of the daughter of the defendant regarding actions on April 24th and the vehicle of Rosalio Gutierrez?
I believe it was the early morning of 25th.
What did I say? April? Yeah, it would be the morning hours
Yes.
of the 25th. Yeah. And so, did you or Detective Anschutz ask during the interview on May 19th questions about whether the defendant took any items from this boyfriend, Rosalio Gutierrez's car?
Yes.
And what did the defendant offer you or tell you about that?
That he had not taken anything from the vehicle.
How many times did the defendant indicate he had seen Rosalio Gutierrez total?
One time.
What, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether he had been in Kenosha at any recent occasion?
He had indicated that he hadn't recalled the last time he was in Kenosha. He said he did work all over the place, so he may have been in Kenosha, but he didn't recall recently being in Kenosha.
Were you present for testimony regarding the defendant's phone being going off Kenosha Towers on May 13th?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did your investigation and questions of the defendant involve Stephen Lentz?
Yes.
Okay. So did you ask the defendant specifically about Stephen Lentz and whether he was being utilized in some fashion to keep tabs on Sadie?
Yes.
And what did the defendant tell you about whether he was using Stephen Lentz as a means to keep tabs on Sadie?
That he was not doing that.
Now, at some point, did you and Detective Anschutz decide to focus on the day you really cared about, which was May 17th, 2020?
Yes.
And so did you ask him specifically about May 17th, 2020?
Yes.
And how many hours or how many days has it been when you were questioning him since May 17th in the evening hours of 2020?
Well, less than 48 hours.
So you're literally asking him about what happened 2 days earlier, correct?
Correct.
And so what is the first thing that the defendant offers you about where he was on the evening 2 days before?
I don't recall specifically the first thing that he offered, but he generally had indicated that he may have been by his girlfriend's house, but he wasn't really sure exactly where he was, that he didn't remember.
Detective Correa, during the course of this investigation, did citizens provide tips, Crime Stopper tips, information at various times?
Yes.
And so how were those accounted for by the Kenosha Police Department? So if you're in an investigation like this, in this specific investigation, how were they accounted for?
So, from what I recall, there were approximately 5 or 6 Crime Stopper tips that came in through Crime Stoppers. And the Crime Stopper is basically a form that is filled out, I believe, by our records department. I'm not 100% sure who fills them out, but they then get distributed to the agencies which may be involved, and then it comes down to the person involved in that case. So on the forms, it'll basically ask like a short narrative. There's also, that short narrative is what the actual, I guess, tip, Crime Stopper tip is. There's a section regarding does the caller wish to remain anonymous? The callback name, phone number. There's a section regarding specific names, things of that nature, and then there's some other like check boxes throughout those Crime Stopper tip forms. So those get handed down to us, and then we would follow up that way. If there was a call that just came in directly to our detective bureau regarding some information, then we would normally the supervisor or whomever took that call would transfer it to a voicemail of one of the detectives involved, and then we'd follow up back with that person if they wish to speak with us.
Have you reviewed the Crime Stopper tips in this case that came in?
Yes.
And do you believe with the massive amount of man hours you've put in that you neglected any of those in a way that you feel should be brought up at this time?
No, there were a couple of tips that actually came in, but the persons wanted to remain anonymous, and there was no callback number associated with that tip, so there would be no way for us to actually follow up with that person. There was one tip that came in regarding a belt that was found in the bushes along 15th Street across from Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. We went and collected that belt. There was a tip that had come in about a neighbor seeing 2 hunters around the time of this incident, that he had seen them in the back portion of the tree farm area. Myself, as well as I think 3 other detectives, including Sergeant Bandy, had gone there and actually followed up and walked that general area. Another one was regarding a area in Random Lake. There was a park that apparently was near the Anderson family home that had recently been renovated, paved, and stuff like that, which I had made contact with the Department of Public Works out there, asking if there was anything suspicious during that time that they had noted, and there wasn't. I think there was another call that had come in regarding a person who resides near the tree farm who had seen a white truck at some point. I believe it was in April of 2020, which wasn't in our time frame, and there was no specific information as far as a license plate, a make, model, or anything of that nature for us to then follow up with after I spoke with him.
Did you hear Detective Anschutz talk about? Well, let me take it back. Were you a part of deciding what items of possible evidentiary value went up to the crime lab?
I was part of that, yes.
Okay, and in this case, describe how decisions were made to decide what items the crime lab would take a look at, so that the jury is aware of how that works.
So in this case, I believe there were around 400 items of evidence, give or take one way or the other. After each search or after each main event where there are items that are taken, because majority of our detectives aren't really actively involved in that search or the gathering of that evidence. It's primarily the evidence technicians and or other people involved in that. At some point when those get entered into evidence, we would then go through and review the evidence property log, so all the items that have been taken and entered into evidence into our evidence department. We will review that with the evidence technician, also with photos if they have them available, so we can kind of go through each of those items, as well as with the district attorney's office. Then we decide. In our stuff that goes to Wisconsin State Crime Lab, we're limited, so we can send an initial 10 items up, and then depending on results on some of those things, we can send another 10, send another 10. We have to make a progression. Other crimes, you can only maybe send 3 items up. But at any rate, after that first initial 10 go up, it has to be approved by the district attorney's office, which we can then call the crime lab and say, hey, we've spoken to the DA's office. They want us to send these items up as well. So of those 400 items, a lot of those items are, in this case, we did 2 large fire pit, I guess excavations, clandestine excavations, and we had, I'm guessing maybe around 25 or 30 different 5-gallon buckets that were collected. Those are entered in items, so you kind of can take back items that would be sent up to the crime lab itself. Other items that go in are like records, for instance, if these downloaded records of cell phones, that's considered an item. So there's numerous items that way. So we basically triage all the items that we've taken in and go kind of from there, and that's what gets sent up to the crime lab.
Is the crime lab also consulted on what items they think are most promising?
Yes, there are times when the crime lab, actually in this case, in my speaking with Ms. Treffinger, where they may request, hey, do you have any items associated with A, B, and C? And we can say, yes, we do. Okay, can you send those up so then we can do a comparison of those items as well?
Okay, so your agency, the crime lab, DA's office, all these people collaborate to try to figure out what are the best things to send up?
Yes.
Is there ever an investigation where you're able to send every item that is collected? Is that even possible?
I have never done that.
Okay. So you have to pick, correct?
Yes. Yes.
How many items do you think you sent to the crime lab in some fashion?
I would say maybe around 50.
Okay. And then the last question I have for you regarding any of this is, we talked about how many physical places you searched. Do you know how many written warrants you did to get information from different either phones or internet or all the different places? How many do you think you wrote in this case?
Collectively, I think there was probably around 30, 35.
30 or 35 warrants for information?
Yes.
Detective, how long have you been a detective?
Since July of 2011.
Have you ever been involved in a case where more items of evidence were taken into evidence?
I don't object as far as relevance.
Well, the investigation, the breadth of this investigation has been an issue, and he has the perspective of having done this for 10 years.
Objections overruled.
Have you ever been involved in an investigation where this much evidence was taken into custody?
No.
Have you ever been involved in a case where this many man-hours of the Kenosha Police Department was utilized?
No.
Have you ever been involved in an investigation where this many agencies outside of our jurisdiction were utilized?
No.
Have you ever spent more time on an individual investigation than you have on this?
No.
Judge, I have no further questions. We do have some items to move into evidence. Should we move you want us to wait?
Okay.
Bear with me. States Exhibit 1, States Exhibit 44, 48 through 50, 78 through 91, 96 through 100, 111 through 116, 119 and 120, 164, 188 through 192, 198, 207, 220, 222 through 224, 301 through 309, 311 through 318, 320, 321, 338, I believe that's everything.
Objection.
Yeah.
Steve?
There was one caveat actually with Exhibit 1 that there are some items on that. It's a USB drive, states Exhibit 1. There are some items, can't speak right now, on that did not come in. So the state and myself are going to confer later and delete those items off of Exhibit 1 so that it's sure that whatever's on there was actually introduced.
That's a stipulation that we will do. I'm just simply moving in State's Exhibit 1, less the
So you're going
items
to
we
physically delete the files from the
yes, of documents that were
hard drive or
introduced.
whatever it is?
Correct. Certain documents were introduced in paper form as opposed to up on the screen, so we're going to get rid of the ones that weren't introduced in the way that they were intended on State's Exhibit 1.
Well, I have no problem with that, except that if for some reason it doesn't get done.
It will absolutely get done. Ms. Mueller and I will make sure it gets done and handled with the court.
I'm reassured. All right. It's yours.
Okay, so I'm going to start kind of back with the phone records where the state started. And counsel, if you'd be so kind to pull up Exhibit 333, the web history. And I need page 67. Or actually, hold on. So we had some web history stuff, and the state's going to be pulling that up. State's Exhibit 338 was shown to you, which was, and then you talked about a Google search on May 18th for Aurora back and spine scheduling, correct?
Yes.
Are you ready for me?
Yeah. And so if we want to go to like item 905, can you see 905 on the screen, Detective?
Yes.
Okay, and that's web history, search from April 27th, 2020.
Yes.
And that was for the Mayo Clinic, correct?
Yes.
And then we have another search from, that day as well. Going down item 905, 906, 907, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I want to go to page page 105. And direct your attention to item 1431.
Yes.
Can you see that? And can you,
Like it's a, oh,
sorry, can you see it?
yes.
What is the date for item 1431
5/17?
of 2020?
Yes, sorry.
At what time?
1:17 a.m.
Okay, and it says last visited, correct?
Yes.
And that just means that this web history was visited at that time. That maybe it had been
During-
visited before, but this up to that date
Yeah,
is the
during-
last time that it was accessed, right?
I don't know if that's specifically what that means.
So,
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
I just want to clarify. So
Yeah.
are you saying that nowhere else in this history would that be visited again?
no, I'm just saying that it's saying that it was last visited at that time up until that date. So then obviously the next one's going to be last visited
Okay.
as well. Whereas if you don't
Correct.
have a last visited, that means that's the first time that it was ever accessed.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And so this is at 1:17 a.m. on May 17th, 2020. And what was searched, or what was the thing that was being looked at?
Bizarre new species discovered, on?
On Twitter? Say on Twitter, sorry.
Yeah, it said on Twitter.
And so then that was also accessed at 1:17:26 a.m. as well, right?
Yes.
And then 5/17/2020, 8:29 a.m. Milwaukee weather was searched for.
Yes.
And then from May 17th through May 20th, or May 19th, 2020, there were no web searches on how to clean up a crime scene, correct?
I didn't memorize that entire web search, but I don't recall at all seeing how to clean up a crime scene, no.
And in fact, the only thing that appeared to be of interest to law enforcement was Mr. Anderson's search for times that stores were open, like home improvement stores and Walmart, Home Depot, things of that sort.
Those times were definitely of interest to me because I knew that Mr. Gutierrez went missing around 9. I believed him to have gone missing around 9, after 9:06 p.m. the night before. And then based on all the information that we had from that first night going into the second. So this wasn't downloaded, if I recall. It wasn't immediately that we had this that night. So as the next couple of days progressed and we finally started to go through phones, that timing, that web history was definitely important to me as far as looking at those searches. One of the reasons was because of the receipt that was found for the Walmart. So we knew that was at 8:36, I believe, a.m. on the morning of the 18th. So going back then through the web history, you then see, well, the phone had actually gone through Home Depot, Lowe's. They were searching. So that definitely was of interest to us.
But you don't know why. You can't read into people's minds as to why they're searching things, right?
No.
Thank you. I no longer need that particular exhibit. The state had also gone through with you some phone records, and specifically on May 17th, 2020, the state had asked you about whether there was a period of time where there were missed calls that weren't answered. Do you remember that?
On the 17th?
Correct.
Yes.
And did you remember looking through the rest of those phone records to see if there were other periods of time similar prior to that date where there would be a chunk of time where missed calls went unanswered?
I don't think I specifically looked for a chunk of time, no.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 235. This is from the ANS mobile phone that you had reviewed the phone, correct, from the 5/17 timeframes. It was the ANS phone before?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And this is the same one, just
Okay, yeah, it's just different formats.
different formats,
Okay.
yeah. So this one starts from the bottom and then goes up. Unfortunately, my reporting did that. So, so this is, when we look at May 2nd, 2020, there's a call that does get answered at 5:15 p.m. It's UTC time, but so really earlier in the day, correct?
Well, I believe it's minor, but it would be 5, so it would be, what,
Noon?
Around noon, 12:15.
Yeah. And then from then the next one up, item 463 through 459, there's a chunk of time, approximately 3 hours, where there's missed calls, correct?
Yes.
And then about 40 minutes after that is an answered phone call, correct?
Yes.
So if we take 5:15, so 12:15 adds 7 minutes, we're looking at around 12:22, right? Is the last time that on this date Mr. Anderson's on this phone, right? Until 5 p.m. later that day. So you'd agree there's a 5-hour time chunk where Mr. Anderson isn't answering any phone calls.
So you're saying from about noon till about 5 o'clock p.m.?
Correct.
Yes.
And this isn't on the 17th, right? It's on the 2nd.
5/2 of 2/20, yes.
I'm going to show you what was marked as Defense Exhibit 336.
So I'm sorry, we missed the date, Counsel.
Oh, I just said Defense Exhibit 336. I haven't done the date yet. Sorry.
336, though?
336, yeah, no problem. So this is from May 5th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
So we have a phone call from about 11 a.m., item 396, right?
Yes.
And then the next phone call that's answered is at 8 p.m., so it's going to be around 3 p.m.
Yeah, 3:30, yes.
So this is another 4-hour period where Mr. Anderson does not pick up any calls, correct?
Here, so yes.
And this is on May 5th, 2020.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 337. There's 2 pages. So this says May 10th, 2020 at 8:48 a.m. So that's going to be May 10th in the early hour mornings, approximately 3 a.m., correct?
I think it'd be like 3:48, so more closer to
Okay,
4.
sorry, 3:48 a.m. And then there's missed calls, and I'm going to go to this second page, which you see it's the answered one. So there's missed calls for...
Can you pull it up a little bit? Sorry.
Sure.
Or down. Yeah.
There's a period of missed calls here as well, correct?
Correct.
And then it's the next answered call is at 10:30 p.m. UTC time, so around 5 p.m. on May 10th.
5:30, yes.
So there's a large chunk of time where phone calls are not being answered,
Yes.
and that's not on May 17th, 2020, correct?
That was not.
So you'd agree there are other times where Mr. Anderson, close to around 5:17 in May of 2020, that goes for several hours of missed calls, correct? There are other, what we just went through are other illustrations of that.
Well, I'm in object unless he's had an opportunity to review whether there are texts or whether the other phone is in.
Well, I just said missed calls.
Well, there's a second phone, right?
I'm talking about missed calls on this, all I'm proposing.
To me, a call is a call,
Calls,
text
calls.
is a text.
Correct.
Right.
So I'm saying missed calls.
Yeah.
So
You're
I'm saying
limiting
there's
it?
a
Are you
chunk
limiting it?
to what I just introduced. I'm trying to get a summary on that before we had a series of missed calls from Mr. Anderson that were not returned that were shown on May 17th from this device. Now I'm saying on that same device there are other days where there are chunks of hours where Mr. Anderson had missed calls.
Yes, I just want to make sure I'm answering correctly, though. Are you talking about the same time frames, or are you just saying in general, just straight general missed call periods?
No, if we want to go back through these, but periods of more than 3 hours.
Yes, that is true, but I guess I would say that those times are, some of them are early morning hours, some are midday hours, and I think the other ones that on the 17th were evening hours. So yes, there are chunks, but it appears to be different time frames that those chunks of missed calls are, throughout.
Yeah.
Okay.
And people miss calls during hours of the day for a whole variety of reasons, right?
Objection. It seems like it's speculative.
Well,
Common sense.
Everyone knows.
there are some questions that only lawyers would ask. And that, I'm afraid, fits in that category because the jurors know that.
Yeah.
So you don't have to prove it.
Okay. And you, didn't review, you reviewed the phone data that Hannah Judd had put together, correct, Agent Judd?
Yes.
And that phone data established that prior to the chunks of time on May 17th, that you say Mr. Anderson had missed calls, or that the data shows that there's these missed calls, prior to those missed calls, Mr. Anderson's phone hangs in Mequon, correct?
Yes, I believe that's what her record has shown.
And show you what was previously marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 290. So the last call that there was any data on was from 7:34 p.m. on May 17th, 2020, correct? To your knowledge?
The last call received?
Or that was picked up?
I don't think it specifies on there. It just shows the calls.
Okay, so, but
So,
I'm,
yes,
but,
there's one at 7:34, but there's an 11:19 call as well, so.
but I'm saying that before when you testified that there were no calls, you didn't see any answered calls in between the hours of 7:34 and 11:19
correct,
p.m.
Correct.
But the calls that you do have that were answered, that one at 7:34 p.m., Mr. Anderson was in Mequon, according
Yes.
to his phone records. And then at 11:19 for that phone call as well, it pings in Mequon.
Correct.
And you did not review any phone records at all, or any records at all, that during those time frames shows Mr. Anderson outside of that area.
This area.
Correct.
Correct.
I'm just gonna come up here. It might be out of order, but this maybe we'll have to go back and forth. On direct, you talked about geofence warrants.
Yes.
And in this case, you explained to the jurors about how you ask that a certain area, basically there's a square and it's all the data from in that area, or square, rectangular, or shape, but it's within that area, correct?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 322. Does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the area that you sought the geofence data on?
It does.
And this was the area that you narrowed down to approximately those 7 individuals that you were interested in, correct?
Yes.
And before I go into these, one of the things that the Google information takes is from Android, correct? So any Android operating device is going to provide that type of geofence data if location's turned on, that Google can then, the Android operating system is a Google-based system, correct?
I don't have an Android. I'm not positive on that. But it's basically something that's associated with a Google account. So if there are Google accounts on Android, yes, like such as Google Maps, then or Gmail, then yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 324.
Have we seen this before? No?
You should have, yeah.
Showed us, yeah.
Does this look familiar?
Yeah, so this would have been the third. I talked about the different stages. So this would have been the third stage when I had said, these are the, when I had to break it down to I think I had said 7 at the time. I don't know if it was exactly 7, but this is what would come then to us as far as the subscriber information.
And so this was an individual who was in that square during the time frame that you had requested information be provided on, right?
Yes.
And do you remember that time frame that you had requested?
I don't recall exactly the time frame though.
If I were to tell you that it was May 17th at 2020 at 7 p.m. through May 18th, 2020 3 a.m.? Does that sound about right?
Yes, that would be right.
Okay, so on Exhibit 324, if you look at it, says services. That services indicates what type of things are coming from that user that are providing basically the data the location data, correct?
It could be one of those, yes.
Okay, so
I think this means that this subscriber utilizes these services. I don't think it says that it's gathering the data from all of them.
do you understand how Google gathers the data and what they gather the data from?
Well, the service is assigned.
Okay, so these are just some things that they're gathering data on, some of which is the location data to the services assigned, right?
Right.
Okay, so in this particular situation, doesn't really matter who it is. I want to get out the services that are used. So some of the services that are gathering that location data are Android, right? It says Android in the first line.
Yes.
Google Maps, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Android device console, web, and app activity.
Yes.
So this is Defense Exhibit 324. We also have another Google, I'm just going to hand these to you. If you could confirm that Defense Exhibit 324, 325, 326, 327, 328, 329, and 330 are all of the individuals that you had singled in on in that third step process.
These all appear to have come from Google, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Anderson was not in any of those, correct?
Correct.
And did you investigate any of these people?
I did not.
And these are people that you know were in that area around the Wood Creek. I'll put up Defense Exhibit 322 again. We're in that area near Mr. Gutierrez's apartment from May 17th at 7 p.m. 2020 to May 18th at 3 a.m. 2020.
Yes, they would have been.
Now, you had talked about on direct about how there were clips of audio that appeared to be directions.
Yes.
And that was from the Moto G6 phone.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, do you know what app was used that generated those clips?
I do not.
So you don't know what was utilized as far as whether it was Google Maps or some other sort of app download?
Correct.
Do you know if it was an Android operating system?
Well, if it was a Moto G6, I believe Motorola's Android, so I would assume that it was an Android.
Okay, so if Mr. Anderson was utilizing his Android device and a map app on his Android device, pursuant to your knowledge about the data that comes from geofence warrants, particularly in this case, that those are two service platforms that collect that location data, had he used that to travel down on May 17th, 2020, his information should have come up in that geofence warrant data.
Objection. Clips are from May 8th. Why would that reflect anything on May 13th? I'm sorry, May 13th. Why would it reflect anything on May 17th? The clips are recorded May 13th.
Sure.
It's your.
I'm saying I'm now moving that if Mr. Anderson used that same device for travel on May 17th with the same phone, that same data would be collected, that if that were to happen, you would have seen him in the geofence warrant data.
So I would have had to have then been able to, like I said, I guess for lack of better terms, I would have had to have picked the right device ID, and then it would have come back to Mr. Anderson. So should it be in there? Yes. But as I indicated, I think initially I'd submitted for like 35 different devices, and they made me bring it all the way down to 7. So should it be in there? Yes. Is it possible that I didn't choose the right one? Yes.
But from your review, because you had to select them, we do not have Mr. Anderson's data.
Correct.
You're saying on May 7th?
Correct.
Okay, not May 13th. Okay.
You didn't do a geofence data warrant for May 13th, correct?
Correct.
Judge, I'm going to ask at this point to move in Defense Exhibit 322 and then 324 through 330.
No objection.
You also on direct talked about how Mr. Anderson, you were able to review photos from when Mr. Anderson was taken into custody on May 19th, 2020.
Yes.
Okay. Show you what was marked as Defense Exhibit 339. So this is a picture of Mr. Anderson on the day he was arrested, right?
Yes.
He's wearing flip-flops, jeans, white t-shirt.
Yes.
You were here when his daughter was testifying. The jeans, short, and t-shirts that I showed her, were those the same t-shirts, jeans, and flip-flop that was shown here?
Did you say shorts?
Jeans, sorry.
Okay.
Counsel, she said she didn't recognize some of them. I didn't.
Sure, she didn't. We could open them back up.
No, that is correct.
Okay. Not so. Now, to your knowledge, there was a stain that was on the shirt and a stain on the pants, correct?
Yes.
And the stain on the shirt, it was determined was not blood?
I believe both, shirt and the pants.
Correct. So no blood on
either
of them?
Yes.
And nothing on the flip-flops either?
I don't believe I have the flip-flops sent to the lab.
Okay, because sometimes when you choose not to send something to the lab, it's because it doesn't, from your examination of the items, doesn't appear to have anything that would be worth testing.
Sure, yes.
You didn't observe any reddish-brown stains that were of concern on the flip-flops?
Correct.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 340. You'd agree that this is a picture of Mr. Anderson with his hands and arms out?
Yes.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 341, picture of Mr. Anderson's hands. Defense Exhibit 342, picture of Mr. Anderson's palms.
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that there was like a scratch. This is Defense Exhibit 343 on the pointer finger. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, I believe there was also.
I'll go through. I'm going to go through all
Yes,
the
there was
photos.
one, yes.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 344 appears to be a picture of Mr. Anderson's right palm close up.
No, that's a left.
Left. Sorry, I'm terrible with that type of direction. Left palm face up.
Yeah, this is left. Yeah.
Defense Exhibit 345, more of a close up of his right hand.
Correct.
Defense Exhibit 346, close up of left hand.
Yes.
I think these appear to be similar in the same close up of right hand 347.
Yes.
And then Defense Exhibit 348, close up of left hand.
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to move in Defense Exhibit 339 through 348. Yep, 339.
Oh, 330. Okay.
Correct.
Is there objection? No. See,
Mr. Anderson didn't have any large abrasions or bruises on his body from what you could see, correct?
Not that I observed. I did not observe him changing or anything, but not that I observed. That was what he was wearing during our interview.
But you reviewed all of the documents, right? In this case, the majority of documents in this case.
Majority, yes.
If Mr. Anderson had large abrasions or bruises that were notable, you would assume that an officer or someone would have told you about that.
Yes.
And no one did.
Correct.
The state also talked about the Crime Stopper tips. You talked about a couple of them. I want to go through two others.
let's know any account of the trial. Okay, you've been at rest long enough.
We've been what?
At rest long enough.
How do you know that?
All right, thank you. Yeah. Muller?
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to go into the crime stop. Before I do that, I'd shown you the pictures of Mr. Anderson's hands, arms, right?
Yes.
Do you know if anyone took any samples from swabbed Mr. Anderson's hands or under his fingernails?
I don't believe so.
So you talked about some of these Crime Stopper reports. There's some that you didn't talk about. Show you what was been marked as Defense Exhibit 333. Does this look familiar to you, just kind of how?
Yes, that is, I guess, the typical form, the Crime Stoppers form.
Okay. So this one says that on Kenosha Police Department's Facebook post, a man named Nick Mercer posted a picture of someone saying that person did it. Nick was warned to take the photo down by several people, and then the caller looked and the post was gone. Caller thinks Nick Mercer knows something.
That's correct.
Did you investigate this tip?
So we did look at, that is one that I didn't mention, but we did look at that one. But if I can see it. So on the form, if you look at, normally these are double-sided. So on the back side, I don't know if you want to put that up there.
Sure.
So this is what I was indicating in the back. So the person who calls the informant information, do they want to remain anonymous? Yes. Will they talk to the investigating officer? No. And as you can see, it kind of goes down to who it gets referred to. So in these particular cases, there's someone calls in, but there's no way for us to follow up with that person to get that information. So when we did check the Facebook page, it was gone, and now there's no way for us to recontact the informant or the person who called.
But you'd agree there was information contained in that post where you could have reached out to another individual. You did have a name, right?
Yes.
And did you do that?
I did not.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 334. This is another Crime Stopper report. Correct?
Yep.
And
yes, sorry.
No, you're fine. And this one says that the caller states she saw a white female with dark hair on the balcony of the missing man on the above date and times. Caller states the woman asked her for the time and she only knows that it was his balcony because it's by the exit door.
Correct.
And this says change date from 5/19 to 5/18, right? I can
On the right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So this one's basically saying that there was someone who saw a female on Mr. Gutierrez's patio area on 5/18.
Yes.
And so this one, too, didn't have any information for you to call back on.
Correct.
But this one still contains information that there was someone near Mr. Gutierrez's apartment outside in the balcony area on May 18th, correct?
Based on what was reported, yes.
It has to move into evidence, Defense Exhibit 333 and 334.
Objection? No. Received.
Did you look into the possibility of anyone else being at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 18th, 2020?
No.
The state on direct had asked you about things that could be basically talking about NamUs and other items where if something were to come up regarding Mr. Gutierrez, there'd be platforms that would take that information in. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I don't think you mentioned NamUs. I talked about that he is entered as a missing person. He is entered through NamUs, yes, but also like through the NCIC, we call it basically National Database, or Crime Investigation, National Criminal Investigation Center, I believe it is, which is a national, I guess it could be a national database for anything. A couple of things would be persons with felony warrants, maybe armed and dangerous type people that you run a license plate, things of that nature. So in that, he's listed as a missing person, yes.
And he's still considered a missing person?
Yes.
Missing person for purposes of the database, but
That's for your recross
thanks.
or redirect.
Okay.
What does Kenosha Joint Services do as it relates to potential missing persons?
I'm not clear on your question. I don't understand. What do you mean?
Sure, I'll rephrase. Kenosha Joint Services isn't a database for missing persons, correct?
No.
And do you remember telling Kenosha Joint Services that Mr. Gutierrez is still considered missing?
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with so Joint Services is I guess it's an entity within Kenosha County here where we utilize them for things such as our dispatch center as well as our records keeping center. So when we do need stuff that may need to get entered into the database, the NCIC, it goes through them and then they complete the paperwork. I don't know the exact procedures as to what they do. I do know that there is a period of time that they will follow up with missing persons. So I don't know the time frame. I don't know if it's 6 months, a year, 2 years, or et cetera. But there are times where they will follow up with the detective to say, hey, has this person been found? Has this person turned up? Where we have to do maybe a subsequent query on the person to see if maybe there was contact and they just never have been taken out of the system yet. So, they did ask me about Mr. Gutierrez, and I indicated yes.
Yes, he's still
Yes.
considered missing.
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to kind of walk through more in a chronological order the things that you did and go into that. Prior to doing that, the Crime Stopper tip that says that an individual was seen on the 18th,
do you remember back closer to the investigation, and this was stipulated to by the parties, that there was a resident on May 20th or May 19th, 2020, that a resident of Wood Creek Apartments, the same building Mr. Gutierrez's apartment was in, Lene Douglas, she had provided information to law enforcement that she heard an argument coming from Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 18th, 2020. Do you remember getting that information around the time of May 19th, 2020?
So the patrol officers had done a lot of the interviews to the other residents within that building. So I don't remember if I had gotten that information that evening or if it was a day or two afterwards. So I don't remember exactly when I received those reports from those officers.
But again, nothing was investigated as far as someone possibly being in Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 18th, 2020.
No.
So on May 19th, 2020, when you arrived at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, there was a search warrant that was executed.
Yes.
And when a search warrant's executed, the purpose of it is to try to gather as much evidence as possible, right?
That's fair, yes.
And to search in any place where possible evidence could be located.
No. So in this circumstance, yes. However, search warrants are also specific. If I was going to write a search warrant for a rifle, I couldn't go into a shoebox. It has to be applicable to what you're investigating and things of that nature.
But in this case, you said that you would look everywhere, and that's because you don't necessarily know exactly what you're looking for because you want to find anything and everything possible to be able to provide an explanation to what occurred.
Yes.
And you kind of talked about in other cases, how many search warrants in your entire, approximately in your entire career have you assisted executing?
A couple hundred.
And have you ever done search warrants for like drug cases?
Yes.
And so, for example, in those type of cases, you'd look in everything, even as small as like cereal boxes and things of that nature.
Yes.
So in this case, then, why did no one go into the refrigerator or freezer?
I can't answer that. I was not involved in the actual search, so I don't think I can answer that completely. So why did I not go into the refrigerator is because I was there specifically for the walkthrough, and then our evidence technicians kind of go in and do that work.
And from...
Can I say, I'm going to object. I think it's a mischaracterization of the evidence. I believe Officer Anschutz indicated he did go into the refrigerator and freezer. I believe he said he did.
I don't remember that, but...
Well, the detective's testimony was correct on the issue about the extent of a search which is conducted pursuant to a warrant. Under the state and federal constitutions, the warrant must explicitly state the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. So his example about looking for a rifle in a shoebox is a good one. The police cannot use a warrant that they obtain to search for a rifle to go into a shoebox to look for it. Now, they can seize items which might be evidence, even of other crimes, if it's in plain sight when they're seeing it, when they're doing their looking for the rifle as as the example he gave would be. If they see other things like drugs in open view and that, they can seize those, but they cannot conduct a full-scale search for things that are not particularly authorized by the warrant. Any question about that? Okay.
There were also areas that weren't really deeply searched, such as the bathroom and bedroom.
Again, I wasn't there for the complete search, so I can't speak to that.
To your knowledge before, though, you said on direct that those rooms weren't really of concern because there didn't appear to be anything that that officers noticed needed to be further looked into.
So based on my walkthrough, my limited time, which was probably maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes at the most, I did not see that. The officers that were there longer than me and spent hours there, I can't speak on their behalf.
But you didn't have any you don't have any information or knowledge then of that occurring. The search of the bed, you just don't have any knowledge of whether that was done or not because you weren't the officer responsible for that.
Correct, and I wasn't there. I wasn't present.
You did talk about, though, a glove that was recovered, that in between, kind of in the doorway, in the bathroom, but close to the doorway.
Correct.
And you had said that it could have been one of the first responding officers.
Correct.
But it was never actually determined whom it belonged to.
Correct.
And that wasn't processed for any evidence, to your knowledge.
It was not.
At the time, on May 19th, 2020, do you remember noting in your report that no cell phone was located at the apartment at that time?
Yes.
The state asked you then about some individuals you talked to. There were some other things that you did as well. You personally had looked on Mr. Gutierrez's vehicles to see if there were any tracking devices.
Yes, I did a very brief search. To be honest, it was raining and the ground was wet, so I kind of didn't really get underneath the vehicle and so forth, but I did do a general check at that time, yes.
And you didn't locate any devices?
Correct.
You're also aware that drones did an aerial search of the area, I guess the area immediately west of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Yes, that was conducted by the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department's drone personnel.
And during this time, let's talk about that area a little bit. You'd agree that I think it's about a maybe 2 or 3 block radius of wooded area?
It might, I don't know if it's that big. I'll agree with you without looking at a map, but I don't know if it's that big. That seems to be a little bit bigger than I recollect.
I think it's only, I think it's only like 1 block length. Like if I guess I'll pull up the map that the state used. State, if you'd be so kind. I don't know if that was an electronic exhibit of the map. It's a
Okay, we'll say it's between 1 and 3 blocks.
Okay, that's fine. I don't need that picture then. And during that time, there were leaves on the trees, right?
I don't recall. So middle of May, there were probably some.
I'll stipulate to leaves on trees in the middle of May.
Okay. And did you review that drone footage?
I did not.
And no one went to that wooded area and completed a foot search, correct?
I'm not certain if the drone unit personnel did a walk through in the area as well. I'm not. I don't believe they did, but I'm not positive.
And as lead detective, you didn't receive any information or reports concerning that being done?
Correct.
Do you remember on May 19th, 2020, having a phone conversation with Michael Campbell?
I'm sorry, May 19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you remember you told him not to do his own investigation?
Yes.
And during that conversation, Michael Campbell had told you that he had spoken to Mr. Gutierrez's mother and that she was the one who provided him with information about Sadie and Mr. Anderson, correct?
I believe so, yes. If I heard in my report.
I have your report. I can show it.
then-
That would help.
Thanks. Yes.
Did that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I did put that in my report, yes.
And then, after being on scene at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, was then you headed to Mr. Anderson's house that day, or no?
I did not.
Okay, but you did receive communication from officers who were on scene at Mr. Anderson's home?
What officers?
Sure. Do you remember instructing officers on scene at Mr. Anderson's home not to do anything with the van and that it would then be towed and just be processed by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes.
Okay. So officers in this case didn't search the van, didn't process the van that was basically secured to be taken to the crime lab?
As far as secured, you mean locked? So
Like-
over the night hours, as the search warrant progressed and as information, officers on scene in Mequon had looked at the van and saw some other items of concern, we decided to essentially, as indicated before, get a new search warrant and return the following morning. So that night, the property of the defendant was being held by a Kenosha police officer as well as a Mequon officer. So there was an officer on scene all the way through the night into the following morning until other personnel got there.
And so then moving to May 20th of 2020, you had interviewed Nuridia Macias on that day, on that morning, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember seeing her phone records and that she called, her last call to Mr. Gutierrez was at 10:10 p.m.?
By phone records, you mean her looking at her phone?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
You had reviewed Mr. Gutierrez's phone records as well?
Not at that time.
What you have since?
Oh, yes.
And were you aware of the time of the last device event that occurred in that phone, on that phone?
Ms. Macias?
No, Mr. Gutierrez.
I believe it was, well, as far as like the time it turned off, it was like,
No.
okay, so,
Show you what was marked as defense exhibit 296. The orientation change.
okay.
What time was that at?
10:10, 44 seconds p.m.
And as an investigator, if there's a device orientation change at a certain time, does that provide any sort of information to you?
So I had actually discussed this with Officer Morton because I wasn't completely familiar with it. And then based on, our speaking, essentially the device was moved from, I guess, a portrait to landscape or vice versa.
So the reasonable inference is that someone was in possession of that phone at 10:10 p.m.
That would be an inference, yes.
And that the phone, based on the location data, was at Mr. Gutierrez's residence in that area at 10:10 p.m.
Yes, I believe when we initially got to the scene, we were able to do like an emergency locate on the cell phone. When we do have incidents where we believe somebody is maybe in danger. And I believe they had indicated around, I think it was around 10:30 p.m. that the device was located within a certain radius of 15th Street and I don't recall if it was 29th or 39th Avenue, so which would have been within the radius of Mr. Gutierrez's residence, yes.
Okay, so just back to my last question then. At 10:10 p.m. on May 17th, 2020, the information you had was that the phone was in that area.
Correct.
When did you know? You did that check with, it was Verizon, correct?
I believe it was Verizon, yes.
You did that on May 19th, 2020.
Yes, I think we did that probably within the first couple of hours.
But you didn't search everywhere possible for that phone knowing it was in that area.
So that doesn't mean that it's in the area. It means that's the last location. If that phone was turned off and taken to Door County, I guess we wouldn't know where it was. It just means that it last had a ping in that area.
After interviewing Ms. Macias, you assisted in the search of Mr. Anderson's residence that was going on May 20th, 2020.
I did not. So I did limited as far as searching goes. I wasn't, because of, I guess, for all the moving parts that was going on that day with the different agencies. I was primarily with Sergeant Bandy doing a lot of logistical stuff and kind of doing like checklists of what needs to be done, and things of that nature. I did partake in what we call a line search. So because this property was about 4 acres, in a line search, you basically line up approximately arm's length across, and you kind of systematically go up and down the property in one direction or another to look for any potential items of evidence. So I did an exterior on that line search. As far as the residence and barns, I did not do I wasn't the main person to do those searches.
And you'd agree that a line search is a very thorough way to search a property?
Yes.
And you did not find anything of evidentiary value doing that line search?
I did not.
And you also did not observe any signs of freshly moved soil?
Correct.
And you also noted that the area that the grass area was pretty wet and muddy?
Yes.
So that if a vehicle had driven up into any grassy area, that there would have been fresh marks that you would have seen?
Yes.
And you didn't observe anything of that sort?
Correct.
We talked, and the state showed you the pictures that on that date you had observed the multiple trash bags that were on the side of the barn.
Yes.
Were you able to determine the size of those trash bags?
No.
Okay. They weren't extremely large, correct?
They were not.
They could be 13-gallon size?
City doesn't know.
I think,
Well, we went down the wrong road and this is pretty common. Use terms like Extremely large. Well, what does that mean?
Yeah.
The question now is, could it have been 13 gallon? And was there an answer? There's an objection. I know they see it in there. I don't think the prior question exhausted the topic, so the objection's overruled.
So the question is, could it be? So I do not know the exact size. It could be a 10 gallon, it could be a 13 gallon, it could be 18 gallon. It definitely wasn't a 50 gallon, so it could have been that size.
Okay. You also reviewed, on that day, you reviewed basically screenshots and still frames, photos that were taken from the Walmart surveillance videos.
Still shots? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you could observe what Mr. Anderson was wearing in those. And it was a black hoodie or a dark hoodie, white shirt, and jeans flip-flops.
Yes.
And did you search for that black hoodie?
I believe we have the black hoodie in evidence. I believe during our evidence review, we reviewed it.
Okay. Was there any blood on that black hoodie?
Not that I observed.
Okay. And there doesn't appear from the still frames and the photos that you could see that Mr. Anderson had any blood on his clothes.
From the Walmart video?
From the Walmart video.
No.
And then also in that video, the state pointed out like where Mr. Anderson had been parked, and he was in fact parked next to a white vehicle, correct?
Yeah, the white vehicle was the one closer to the store. Yes.
And there were other vehicles that were parked just the same distance as Mr. Anderson in other rows of the parking lot, correct? I can pull up that exhibit if that would help.
I would agree that there were other cars in that area of the parking lot.
Okay. So it wasn't as if Mr. Anderson was parked extremely remotely, far away from everyone else in that parking lot.
Oh, I guess all I'm able to say is that there were other cars in that area. I know that some businesses, they have their employees park at a different area, so I can't say if those are shoppers, if those are employees, but there were other vehicles in that general area, yes.
Okay, and the windows, you were able to observe the windows on Mr. Anderson's van? You saw them? You've seen them?
Oh, yes.
Not there at Walmart that day,
Yes, I
but
thought you meant,
in
sorry.
general. No, I apologize. And they're not tinted, correct?
No.
So if you're standing, you can see right through them.
Yes.
You had, on May 22nd, 2020, received Mr. Gutierrez's rental agreement from Wood Creek Apartments. Or I think actually you reviewed it.
Yeah.
I might be mistaken, from Detective Howard.
Yeah, I don't believe that would be more accurate, yes.
And in that, did you note and see that Mr. Gutierrez had an email address, rosalio.g.jr@gmail.com?
I don't recall.
In your investigation, you had only done a search warrant for a single one of Mr. Gutierrez's emails, correct?
Yes, the iCloud.
The iCloud. So any other email accounts that he had, you did not do a search on?
Correct.
And in that regards too, from Mr. Gutierrez's records, you were aware that he was on a handful of dating websites?
I believe so, yes.
I think the two main ones were Facebook dating and then Zoosk, Zoosk. I think that's how you say it. I wouldn't know. Did you?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Did you get a subpoena or search warrant for the records from Zoosk?
No.
And that could have potentially included information of people he was talking to around this time frame of May 17th, 2020?
I guess it potentially could have, but there are also other individuals within the phone and the messaging and so forth that he was talking to as well, yes.
But you'd agree that with certain applications or certain social media platforms that data might not be on a phone, that you'd have to get a separate search warrant for that platform in order to see the messages? I can kind of give you an example. You're familiar with the social media Kick platform?
I'm familiar with it, but I don't have it, yes.
Yeah, and in your investigations, that's something where that data isn't going to show up on the messaging in a phone. You'd have to get the data from that particular platform.
So I'm familiar with the app. I'm not familiar, I don't believe I've ever written a search warrant for Kick, so I'm not familiar with what their response is.
But just in general, in your experience as a detective, that there are platforms that you have to complete a search warrant for in order to get the communication and the data, because that's not contained on the actual device.
I believe so. However, oftentimes there are, within that Celebrite, those applications will also have information related to those chats. So I can't say for certain that that's definitely possible, that some you have to definitely, reach out to them, but I don't think that's true for all of them.
So back to this case then, you didn't see in Mr. Gutierrez's Cellbrite download any messages or a folder, a section that was relating to Zeus dating?
Correct.
So none of that information was on there. If you wanted to have seen what that platform contained, you would have had to seek an additional warrant.
Yeah. Yes.
On May 27th, 2020, do you remember confirming with the fire department that up in Ozaukee County that there was a called-in controlled burn at the Anderson Tree Farm on May 8th, 2020?
I'm going to object to relevancy about the Anderson Tree Farm and whether they had a burn there. We presented no evidence that anything was found at the Anderson Tree Farm, so it's irrelevant what happened at the Anderson. There was a burn.
I don't know whether it's part of the defense presentation.
Correct. Just because the state didn't bring it up doesn't mean it's not relevant.
Is it Ozaukee or Sheboygan County?
Might be Sheboygan.
I think that's Sheboygan County. You said the fire department, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that you can.
I don't believe that it was, I believe the fire department responded and ultimately it was determined it was a controlled burn. I don't know if it was, I don't recall it being them calling and saying they're having a controlled burn. Because if that was the case, I don't know why the fire department would have responded. So I don't recall the order, but definitely the fire department responded and ultimately it was determined to be a controlled burn.
Okay. And there had been no other information that there was an additional fire after that one?
I'm not able to determine that. I believe Agent Hammer was there.
Yeah,
so I can't speak to that.
Because you don't have any information that occurred, that a subsequent fire occurred. You don't have any information about that.
Well, that isn't actually what you asked him.
Oh, sure. I'll just rephrase it and ask it again.
You asked about information from the fire department. This question inquires about a fire, which it may be likely is related, but it's not the same question.
after the fire department told you about the controlled burn, in your investigation, you did not have any other information that there was a fire subsequent to that?
The absence of information from him is irrelevant.
I'll just move on, Judge. You had gone to the Greenview Tree Farm, also known as the Anderson Tree Farm, on May 27th, 2020.
Yes.
And after doing a search there, I know you may not be completely involved in that, but there was nothing of evidentiary value located at the tree farm.
Yeah, so there were multiple items of evidence that were collected, but ultimately, yeah, nothing that we believed was directly associated to the incident.
Okay. You also then, on the next day, May 28th, 2020, assisted in the, or were located, I don't know the extent that you assisted, but at the residence of Susan Brown Williamson at 3009 Cedar Beach Road.
Correct.
And you did not locate anything of evidentiary value there, correct?
Correct.
And that's the place that you believe Mr. Anderson was the morning of May 18th, 2020.
Based on the phone records, that is where the phone was. So I don't believe that. I believe based on the information that we've been provided in the facts of his cell phone, yes.
And that would have been after Mr. Anderson went to Walmart, he then went there.
Correct.
And the state had kind of walked you through it. I just want to do it again and clearer, is that the Walmart, the Saukville Walmart is, what is that, 43? What is that, 43? Is right off the Saukville exit of 43, right?
I didn't go there personally. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. But as far as where Susan Brown Williamson's house is, it's just further north. You'd have to take 43 further north and then exit off of 43, correct?
Correct.
You talked about the burn pits at Mr. Anderson's, the burn pit at Mr. Anderson's home. You talked about the buttons that were located. On the jeans, there's only one, on Mr. Anderson's jeans that he was wearing on May 19th, there's only one button, correct? It's a button and zipper close. I can pull out the exhibit if you need.
Do we have an overview of the jeans photo? Otherwise, I can definitely open them back up.
I think there was the close-up that the state had taken. I can't remember. Was it a?
There was a photograph. There was a photo
up there somewhere. State's Exhibit 223. I'll hand it to you. Should be looking at it that way.
Yes.
Okay, so one button and then zipper.
Yes.
And then at Mr. Anderson's home, in the burn pit, in the fire pit, you didn't find any human remains?
I did not partake in that search. DCI or Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigations primarily did that, and I wasn't involved in the sifting, but I've not been made aware of, and at the time, that any human remains were located.
You were provided an item that was listed as a piece of glass, possibly an eyeglass.
Correct.
And do you remember taking that to someone?
Yes.
And it was determined that it was not from an eyeglass, correct?
Correct.
You also reviewed Mr. Anderson's email records from MATC?
Correct.
And you didn't locate anything relevant to the investigation there?
That is correct.
I talked about the Cellbrite report for Mr. Gutierrez. when you reviewed that, you didn't locate any contact associated with Mr. Anderson, correct?
For Mr. Gutierrez?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, there was no contact, like text messaging, phone calls, etc.?
Emails.
Correct.
In your investigation, you were interested in obviously getting to know information about Mr. Gutierrez, correct? Like,
Can you be more specific?
sure. You had asked, you were trying to find out information about Mr. Gutierrez's biological father.
This feels irrelevant. So this area of inquiry feels irrelevant. So
I don't know.
object.
The objections are ruled.
So that information was being sought for DNA like comparison. So I believe that was requested by the state crime lab, that if they had a sample from the father, that would help with them, or that would help them. But then also that sample could also be sent to NamUs as well.
And you were unable to locate any addresses or contact information of Mr. Gutierrez's father, nor could you locate his father at all.
Objection. It's irrelevant whether you can find someone's
Are
biological
we headed
father.
somewhere?
No, this is the end of the inquiry.
Well, that isn't exactly what I asked.
It is heading somewhere as far as the defense presentation.
Well, towards the ending. A little bit more.
Sure. So in this particular case, because Mr. Gutierrez was considered missing, you had to build a DNA profile, basically, from items. So you gathered, I'll rephrase it, you gathered samples from Mr. Gutierrez's son and mother, and also was trying to attempt to get something from Mr. Gutierrez's biological father.
Yeah, are you able to tell me the date on that report?
I can give it to you if that would help.
Okay.
So I apologize, Judge. I thought that we had one question.
Okay.
Are we?
Thought what?
I thought we had one question on this area, and my objection was relevance, and I think we're on the third question at this point.
Well, she said she was headed towards the end, and in a moment of weakness, I let her ask additional questions. But says she's headed towards closing it up.
Yeah, and I apologize. I thought you wanted me to
Don't
lay
apologize.
more of a foundation.
So this report that I generated was April of 2021, so it's about a year now, almost, after the event. So at some point, our investigation turns from a missing person investigation to possibly a deceased person who we just haven't found. Aside from all the efforts that we made, we just couldn't find. So by obtaining that profile, if human remains are found, I guess, anywhere, and those remains are sent to NamUs for DNA profiles, or I don't know how exactly they determine that, there will be a profile, in which case they would possibly get a match of that DNA.
And so you, though, were unable to locate Mr. Gutierrez's father then?
Okay, this has been asked and answered. It's irrelevant.
You had information in your investigation that a close family member of Mr. Gutierrez also was off the radar, could not be found, correct?
Oh, come on, Judge.
That sounds kind of irrelevant.
It's not as far as their investigation
Well,
into other...
yeah, I think that think you're right. You reached the end.
So I'm asking that that question and answer be stricken. Whether
There wasn't an answer, was there?
No.
Well, the entire suggestion that to a jury that something, an unfinished investigation or an investigation for an entirely different purpose about a relative should be in some way parallel
Well,
here.
there's no
It's
evidence
improper.
on that whatsoever, so it's nothing in the case, okay? Any question? Okay.
You had talked, just one last thing that I wanted to follow up on, two things. Did you investigate anyone at all, not specific people, but anyone who might have owed Mr. Gutierrez money?
Objection irrelevant who he owed money to.
Overall,
Mr. Campbell,
There were other individuals, though, that could have been, and without going into names, there were other people that Mr. Gutierrez owed money to that weren't investigated.
there was one other individual that I had seen in I believe it was the text messaging portion of it, that it was like a $60. But as far as a large sum of money that he owed money to, I don't recall that at all.
Object and ask the court to review this and just determine if it's relevant before it's presented to the jury.
well, we can either break for the day, or you can go upstairs and wait an hour while
Judge, all we're doing is asking that you review it.
Well, no, you're going to have redirect anyway, no?
Yeah,
Be
but
honest.
I am, but I think we still could finish unless the jury needs to be out of here. I mean, I don't expect it to be lengthy.
The point is, though, that if the detective is going to be here anyway, what's the rush if you're going to have redirect? Because we're not going to hear redirect this afternoon. That's guaranteed.
Can we just finish cross, though, before we break for the day? So we don't have to remember where we are tomorrow?
We don't want to beg, Judge, but we are kind of begging here. So my question is that relevant? So the court sees the date on it, please.
Yeah, that's kind of irrelevant to me. But what? Just so the record is clear, what did you give me?
That's exhibit 332.
Irrelevant.
Just one last follow-up. You had talked about audio recordings that you reviewed that appeared to be contained voices consistent with Miss Beecham, her daughter, and Mr. Anderson.
Correct.
There were no recordings that included Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
Audio recordings?
Correct.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Nothing further, subject to recross.
All right. Shall we break? Let's not talk about the case overnight. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Don't even discuss the case with another juror or a member of your household. And how about 9 o'clock tomorrow? Is that all right? And anything else? All right. Goodbye.